welcome back to your coverage. We've now made it into the top 16 feature match. Very, very exciting. One of these will go through to the top 8, and then whoever wins in that top 8 gets through to go to Worlds. But only one could be the European champion. So let's see which of our two duelists here is going to make it. We have the Portuguese national champion, Edgar Coelho, and Theodor Mishev. And we have the audience clearly very much enjoying these two duelists. Guys, we're going to do a high roll, so you guys first. Who would like to roll first? Theodor's going to roll first there. Snake Eyes. Okay, and for Edgar, that's a 10. Are you going to go first? Edgar is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your commentators who are going to take you through this round feature match. Guys, take it away.
Indeed, top 16 we saw all the messages in chat. We saw the people being very interested in our backup feature match from last round. So we thought, why don't we get Sky Strikers onto the main stage now?
Yep, I can't wait to see. Also, this deck is one of the decks that can actually lose a dice roll and then just break a field.
Totally.
Hand traps are not too common in those kinds of strategies. It's mostly blue double D, but I think that the players are ready to play. So let's go over to the table now. Castle of cards on the side of Theodor. I'm not playing Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, but I wanted to say a similar strategy, but not really if I'm being completely real here. Edgar is going to start, and even though Sky Striker is not the worst deck to go second with, uninterrupted Mitsurugi Raziel combo, that's kind of something, isn't it?
Would you still go first even if you know that you play against Sky Strikers? Or
yes.
would you let them go first?
I mean, Sky Striker is not necessarily this full breaker deck, right? It's just breaks.
Not anymore, not anymore. It used to be completely only that, but it's really changed what it can do. And there's Joel Lockwood and Edgar staring into the camera there, realizing what happened there to him. That is the card he was hoping not to see. But Theodor confidently falling into his chair there, knowing that this is a very good answer to the Mitsurugi Raziel deck.
Yes, and they are just first clarifying that the Drowned Lockbird does resolve. Edgar is now committing into a ritual summon with the Mitsurugi Ritual, which is going to resolve in actually technically losing a card there. Usually it's plus 10, or actually not really, because you can just send the Kusanagi or tribute Kusanagi and maybe a Night Sword Serpent. Is Edgar running Night Sword Serpent though?
Edgar has decided to run that Night Sword Serpent. Edgar actually has made the decision, very contrarian to some of our other national champions, to take a full 180 and go to a completely different deck than what he qualified with at his Portuguese national championship. We saw, for example, Öcanos Yildiz winning the national championship in Germany and then still being with the Blue Eyes deck. Edgar won the Portuguese national championship with White Forest of all decks, and is now onto a completely different path though.
Another deck that loses to Droll though.
That he cannot lose, that's true.
But I really love the fact that he has included Serpent in order to play around Droll in situations like this.
But is he also playing a Fiendsmith package? Because if he isn't, then this Habakiri and the Night Sword Serpent, they're not really adding a lot to the field right now, or to the strategy in total. We're getting rid of the Habakiri here.
That's a tribute summon!
And Graver is crazy!
Leo, yes, we are playing Fiendsmith cards, as you now have the answer there. And you know what's even crazy? I mean, if we weren't under Joel, that Engraver tribute summon would also be so hilarious, because it would absolutely just trigger the Habakiri, right?
Yeah, that's true. Tributing those ritual monsters actually does a lot. Engraver now sitting on the field. Next question is, how many other cards are we playing? Are we playing just the Engraver? Because technically that is enough for some comboing. Are we playing a Lacrima as well, maybe Sanct?
I mean, way to...
Oh! Nibiru, the primal being, making sure that that Engraver stays the only light fiend in the graveyard. And I think Edgar not even deciding to chain the Murakumo there, interestingly enough. So, of course, Theodor could have countered that by just sending the Nip from his hand.
That's smart. That's super smart, because you want him to not have the Nibiru
probably
in the graveyard.
To be honest, this is a very cool interaction that Ameno can activate the effect into the Nib, but you can also send Nibiru into the graveyard and resolve as much as it can to tribute every face-up monster on the field to the graveyard, but it will not be summoned or summon a token.
And I mean, Leo, I'm not even that sure anymore. The modern version of Sky Striker, sure, you are still having Engage where you need an empty main monster zone for, but you also are playing just a decent amount of monsters nowadays, so any normal summon here can just turn into a Link 2, and then that might be good. And we do have the best normal summon of the Sky Striker deck! The almighty, the all-beloved Sky Striker Ace Ray!
And to be honest, Edgar probably that was the reason why he chose not to activate Ameno effect in order to let Theodore have a monster on the main monster zone in order to play around, possibly engage.
And now you can go into a Link 2 here. You can either go into Azalea to get rid of the token immediately, but I can't really recommend
No,
that.
because it will be destroy herself also, yes.
Yeah, but Zeke works here. You get rid of the token, doesn't get banished, and now you can just Link climb down, actually, if you want.
If you want, but it looked like we may just try to move into the battle phase here eventually, or not. What's this that we're trying to activate here? Oh, we're not sure. It's certainly a spell card. Is it just our all-beloved Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage? I'm hoping for that card.
I mean, this is an open field here for a Sky Striker deck. This could very well be an OTK, even though Theodore is taking quite some time for this turn. He's going to attack for 1,500. The question is, does he have a linkage in hand? That would spell disaster for Edgar.
That would be the card he needs. What are we going to send here? Engage is being sent to the graveyard. So worst case scenario, we can just in main phase 2, add that back to the hand with Kagaru. We are in the main phase 2 now, and I'm saying worst case scenario, but it's a pretty good scenario still, to be fair, for Theodore, because he gets set up in a pretty decent way here.
Do it, Theodore. Do it. Activate it. We want to see it. There is Sky Striker. Mobilize, engage.
Everyone at home and also everyone in the venue, please
rise
mobilize
up.
yourself. Yes, that is the card that is so exciting and so amazing.
To be honest, at this point he can also send Anchor to the graveyard in order to play a potential as Blossom or even Droll and Loco Bird, because he doesn't have 3 spells in the graveyard.
True, true, but now the Hornet drones will bring out another token. Theodore still not seeing any response. Link summoned 2, and of course that is the new card. The new card that really brought the power level of this deck up so much again. That is Sky Striker Ace 0. And he wants to leave Edgar here. 0 chance to win this game.
I mean, this is the card exactly that Sky Striker wanted in order to play in the current meta.
This is absurd. Search for Engage. Like, how? That is not even real. And we give it up. Theodore is our Game 1 winner. Sky Striker more and more going to the direction of possibly qualifying to the World Championship.
Teddy, chill. This is insane, Sky Striker. He's also such a fast player with the deck. In the last backup feature match, you could really see that he knows what he is doing. With that deck, just 2 minutes on the clock for fast sportsmanship, was really rushing through all the motions. Perfectly played every single thing. And I mean, Sky Striker A0 doesn't only give you a Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, it also gives you the opponent to interrupt your opponent multiple times on the opposing turn, because you can, of course, tribute it on the opposing turn to special summon out Ray and Rose and destroy a card on the opposing side. And if you have my personal favorite new card, Sky Striker Maneuver Lemnis Gate, in your graveyard already, you can also still go into either Zeke or Azalea Temperance on the opposing turn.
Very, very true. Now that these 2 duelists are side-decking, let's just actually look at the other duelists still in the competition. Let's bring the bracket on. Who do we have still cooking here? Who do we still have in contention for a ticket to the World Championship? And there we have Roselle being there in top 16, currently up against Jack. And then we have Luca up against Adam in here as well. I saw there's a decent amount of UK players actually still out there trying to make their way to the World Championship. And then we have someone already qualified to the World Championship actually for the game of Master Duel, Herman Hansen, trying to have a word in this affair here as well.
Herman Hansen has been absolutely insane in the last couple of months, topping every single Challenger Cup there ever was, and now he is just transferring this to the TCG as well, because we know he can do it. He has been top 8ing the World Championship in the TCG division already.
He has dominated TCG for a lot of years, right?
Yeah, that is true.
There was Johannes Bauer as well, and also Lorenzo Muselli is still in. He really is on his his mission to make it to the World Championship. One of the most accomplished Italian players that is out there in the community wants to make the big stage.
And Ali is also in there for Switzerland, competing with Lorenzo. Italy and Switzerland, they're not too far apart from each other, direct neighbors.
Very
so that is also going
Then,
to be
of course, we have our featured match there as the last one in Group 3. And now Group 4 rounding out our bracket. Paul Robert Goss, you saw him yesterday on the featured match with Malice, currently playing against Giuseppe. Then we have Quentin, who also lost on feature match, but still made his way into the top cut. But he's up against another big name left in the competition.
Tom Kleinegräber, one of the best duelists ever, I want to say, is missing this major event win. He hasn't been to Worlds yet, but he has been one of the most consistent players in the history of this game. Oftentimes overlooked because the win in the end was missing.
True.
But it was 7 years of national tops in a row.
It's crazy.
Almost every YCS, back-to-back finals at the German Nationals versus Dinka Bui, and before that versus Samir Bashar at the YCS in London.
Yes.
Tom Kleinegräber is an absolute powerhouse, and the only thing that is missing from him is winning a tournament or going to Worlds. But our duelists are ready at the feature match table, so let's go back to the table.
Who strikes first here? Is it Theodore with his Sky Striker deck, or can Edgar this time dodge the odd effect or the effect
that was,
of Jordan Lockbird?
That was the disaster here, Theodore, just flipping over cards that are decent information for Edgar.
Yeah, I was also thrown off by that. I couldn't even finish my own sentence anymore. But seems like we're all set now to start this second game off.
You're never getting to shuffle back those cards. It's a valid question to ask the judge what is happening now, but I think this is your starting hand. If you are throwing your cards around the table, then that is your own fault.
I have said a lot of times when you play in the top cut, you are so close to the golden ticket to the Worlds.
Yeah.
You are anxious, and obviously Theodore is happy that he has won the game one, and he was
And Edgar.
Hey, Edgar again with the stare into the camera, staring at that Jordan Lockbird again. Edgar was able to overcome all the Jordan Lockbirds at his own national championship, but now Theodore back-to-back games with it.
And Nibiru the Primal Being is not a great card against the Mitsurugi strategy specifically. However, if you're not able to add cards from your deck to your hand, then
Ooh,
this
the
card
Serpent
is
was in the hand, so we have to tribute it from there. That's even less resources we have. And I mean, we are absolutely just not getting those resources back because of the Jordan Lockbird. Cards getting lower and lower and lower here for Edgar. Now the ritual again.
I mean, at this point, we're even discarding the Habakiri from hand. This is going to be the fourth summon here now. At this point, Theodore is already hovering. Says, yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to pass, bro?
I mean, it's a common secret between all of us now that Theodore has the Nibiru in the hand, to be honest.
I think that's not the biggest secret anymore. You're completely right there. But this card is still... Wow, Edgar is committing into it.
He's doing it. We are Link summoning. I think we're trying to go into our Fiends with Engine here. And Theodore might just be like, hey, how about I just activate that card that is very much there, Nibiru, the Primal Being, even though we all saw the crowd is going wild. And we do chain Murakumo. And that is a Vespa. Theodore is in top 8, the Sky Strikers.
Didn't even have too much in his own hand, but I think that Ray is enough, especially backed up by Called by the Grave. This is insanity. I did not see that coming. After basically just before drawing, revealing Nibiru the Primal Being.
How do you feel about the pick for the event right now, Leo?
My pick for the event is going great. One game away. Sky Striker is one game away from qualifying to the World Championships in 2025.
Yeah. Good that you said the year
5.
number again, yeah, because otherwise people wouldn't believe it. But with the most recent support, it is absolutely back up there on the biggest stage, and it is rocking and rolling out here and bringing himself into the top 8 now. And actually something we can already spoil a little bit, because speaking of top 8, which obviously is going to be very soon, we will be able to not show you one featured match for top 8, but we're going to give you the beauty of showing all of the top 8 featured matches. I mean, I'm saying all, so it's going to be in 2 waves, one on the main featured match, one on the backup featured match, but we're recording all of those top 8 matches in total, so you get the full joy to see who is qualifying for the World Championship.
Top 8 is going to happen twice.
And I mean, it is the most prestigious match of the tournament right now, since top 8 gives you the golden ticket to Paris and to the World Championship.
Exactly, and if you are there, that is going to be phenomenal. Right now, we can also see on our other screen what is happening in the backup feature match, and there's quite something. It's interesting. I see a Paradise Smasher and a lot of cards on both sides of the field, so maybe there was some crazy dice action going on there.
Possibly, that is absolutely true. And it is an all Vanquish Soul affair. I mean, we saw Vanquish Soul being the most represented deck in Top Cut, and it still keeps on running. Sometimes you have that big representation in Top 64, and then very quickly it falling off again because it was just a good pick to top an event. But maybe this deck is also a good pick to just win the event overall. What do you think?
You can't draw like Joshua Schmidt did in his game. Triple draw and lockback, that was absolutely tragic. But of course, Vanquish Soul, if you are very good at this resource management, it's such a great pick to win the
Putting
event.
some salt into the wounds of Joshua Schmidt there.
I want to mention that the pure version of Vanquish Soul, without the Justice Hunters cards that are going to come out soon, has a crazy good matchup into Sky Striker.
It should really have that. You're absolutely right. That is true. And
Activating Anchor and your opponent chaining Borger or even Caesar and dodging all those powerful spells, it's very important.
It is very insane. You say pure. I think from the duelists left in the competition, there's actually some, and even someone on the backup feature match that is using the Rescue Ace cards in the deck, which are, of course, fire attributes. It's a small package, but it still works really handy. But before we get to that backup featured match, how about we hear about from our winner from this round's feature match? How about we go back over to the analysis desk with Theodore, our Sky Striker player?
Hi, Theodore, and congratulations for making it all the way into the top 8. What an incredible show. You've had the backup future match for game 3, and now again you're starting to become the the crowd favorite by far. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you. I didn't expect to come so far. I prepared it a bit, but maybe made to top, but not like to come so far. But I think I will make it straight to the finals.
Nice. Okay, we love to hear it, and obviously you want to have your goals and your eyes, on the trophy. But one more match can send you to Paris.
Yes.
So obviously we gotta stay focused and on that. Before we jump into the match, there has been a roller coaster of emotions. Why Sky Striker?
The people from my locals know that I played this year these decks since it came out. It's in 2018.
Okay.
And now it got support. It is a good support deck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Must have been a pretty good day. I get it. I also used to play around with the deck a lot back in the day, and it's definitely quite enjoyable, very unique even in the field, especially today. How has the tournament been for you? Have you had some very tough matches to come on top?
Yes, like against Malice, if you don't see any end trap, then it's over, obviously. But so far, I try to.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Yeah.
Absolutely. And speaking of end traps, I think we can show the first long, highlight of your match, because it was unbelievable. So your opponent obviously goes first. You do get that draw and lock bird, and he goes to style a little bit with his normal summon. But what were you thinking right there with that Nibiru in hand?
I was thinking like. Perfect.
Fair enough. And yeah, as you can see here, you play this slowly, but you decided to include those cards for a reason. What was behind your, end traps choice?
So the thing about Sky Striker is that you are not pushing as much as the other decks, and if I main deck Moon Charmis, then I might not survive because I cannot activate them immediately.
Absolutely.
And I want to set some cards like Widow Anchor and stuff to try to keep it alive. So that's why I played like value hand traps that can break, that can slow the combo or make for them to make a half combo, so I can break through. and that's good. Skytracker is good to half-boards, that's why.
Absolutely, and yeah, I would say this is a pretty good pair of friends that we have seen here with the Drolllock and Nibiru in Game 1. And spoiler alert for anyone who might have blinked and missed Game 2, I think we can see a pretty good repeat of that, because I love your opponent facial expression, by the way, just looking into the camera and, being like, okay, Droll is there. You had a bit of emotions when you were drawing your first cards. We saw you were, flipping over some information for your opponent, but I mean, yeah, what were you feeling once again in these moments where you had the same end? It's so good.
It's good.
It's good, right? And yeah, again, we saw your opponent trying to play it out. He knew about the information,
yes,
by the way, because you revealed it. But still, let's see it one more time. This Nibiru coming. And honestly, we thought he just wanted to wait it out a little bit, but no. Given the importance of this match, he just extended the fist bump and you got it. I mean, what is there to say? Top 8 with Sky Striker in 2025. You are the hero we all, we're waiting for to come and shine. So we'll obviously want to wish you best of luck moving forward. You'll have the chance to have your own little interview with Dad since we are going to do the top 8 duelists. And then hopefully we'll see you in action again where you'll have your chance to go to Paris.
Thank you.
Thank you again for being with us, and we'll wish you once more best of luck. But now, given how short and dominating his victory was, we might have a chance to jump back into action for the backup future. So let's go back to the table.
You know what? Marcello was right. I think we should immediately go back to the table to miss no further action.
And there we go. Seems like, as we said, we do have an all Vanquish Soul affair here on that backup featured match, and we have Roselle against Jack. And Jack currently one game ahead, and in this game resolving Mulcharmy Fuvulus, which is arguably not that impactful of a card against the deck, though.
I mean, Holly Sue special summon is quite tough. Lorenzo Moselli revealed the strategies to play around it earlier, but also Rock of the Vanquisher. I mean, it's going to be a pot of greed. That's fine, right? In the mirror match, getting 2 cards.
And also something you have to consider is maybe you just give the draws away and try to go for Paradise Smasher if you do have access to that. But we can clearly see that Jack also already has access to Holly Sue on his side of the field during basically what we call turn 0, where Roselle started the duel, and we now have the right attributes even to activate the effect, and we do take control of that rock.
To be honest, I love so much the Vanquish mirror. I think it has so much skill expression, and it's very back and forth.
Very much agree on that.
And this is the first time we see this weekend, right? I mean, it's probably has happened multiple times in the tournament so far, but the first time on stream here we're having a Vanquish Soul mirror match. Caesar Velius has indeed, on the first turn, Caesar Velius is not something you see every day as well.
Ooh, Vanquish Soul start being activated next, and now that we have the Caesar Velius on the field, that of course is a great card to pair it up with, as it does extend. And basically, it is a Heavy Bogger instead.
Heavy Bogger is a good card. I mean, Roselle has so many cards in the hand that I think you can just go for extra draws, try to find some non-engine perhaps. After siding, of course, the deck might be better. Are we seeing any Ghost Ogres in the deck list?
Ghost Ogre is a card that has become more and more popular lately, but Jack is not running Ghost Ogre for his deck in particular. I mean, it's a...
What about Roselle?
Roselle also is not playing it. It's kind of tough because, of course, it's a light attribute hand trap, and in Vanquish Soul, you're really kind of limiting yourself to running the cards that have the right attributes, and therefore Ghost Ogre not really fitting the concept of the deck too much. Still, though, if you expected that Vanquish Soul is going to be so popular, and I mean, they picked it themselves, so they were really certain that the deck is good enough to perform really well at this event, maybe including that card, it would have not been too bad of an idea.
To be honest, with Vanquish Soul, you cannot afford to have an attribute that cannot advance your plays.
I do agree. Now we activate Heavy Bogger, and I think we revealed 2 attributes, meaning that is the first damage that has to be accounted for here in this second game, bringing Roselle ahead in life points.
All right, in this grindy matchup, I can see that maybe racing for Bogger damage is the way to a big win condition. If both players have access to plenty of engine, just being the first one to deal 1,500 damage could be an actual win
I like
condition.
it. That is a weird win con, but it may absolutely be the case that it's just a race of Borgers. I mean, say that out slowly. A race of Borgers, a race of burgers. That's kind of funny thing to say, but yeah, that is possibly what is going to happen here.
You're making me hungry, Basti.
Yeah, I know.
So Rosell is deciding to show some more cards here.
And Raisin was summoned in the same column as
Holly.
Ooh,
Yeah,
and revealing one of those cards that do work so well
Oh, yes.
with the Vanquish Soul attributes. Phantasme on a big comeback tour at the moment because of that value dog attribute that it has.
And also, it's just good into most decks of the format, right? If you're playing versus Mitsurugi Raziel, not so much. If there's Fiendsmith, it's good again. But against something like Malice or Vanquish Soul, this card is just so strong.
So I like the fact that Rosell kept the main monster zones under the extra monster zones without monsters in order to steal the Jack's Raisin and be able to destroy any monster special summon in the extra monster zone.
Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, now Holly Sue activated, revealing Jialong. So Jack really is trying to play into this here. Activates the Jialong now too. Of course, after the Holly Sue revealed that.
You're right, this is peak zone management because you can just summon out your own resin from the hand. That is insanity.
Vanquish Soul has so much skill expression that
Yeah.
it's not only how you play your cards, but also how you keep your resources and obviously how you place your monsters in the main monster zones.
Ooh, so we chained the effect of Caesar Valius here to the activation of Jialong. And now Holly Sue wants to have a word as well. That is chain link number 3 here being announced by Jack now. And we shall see whether that forces an interaction from Giselle. But no, we are just going to resolve that now.
All right.
We're taking the rock over. That rock is jumping left and right here on the table. Now for the second time, it's actually over to Jack's side.
All right. Now, at this point, I'm confused who owns which card because the resin on Rosell's side is Jack's card. Goes back there on the other side. The resin is destroyed.
Oh, but there is the so powerful trap card with all the attributes ready to be revealed. That is the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil trying to wipe out that entire field there from Jack. And he worked so hard to get all of those monsters.
I mean, 3 monsters on the field is a heavy commitment.
It is, really. And, ooh, we cannot chain the effect of the rock, of course, as it was not activated by Jack this turn yet. And we want that rock back. Rosell demanded it. It was like, that is mine. I want it back here.
To be honest, if I had also an ulti rock, I would do the same.
Yes, you want to secure that for sure.
But I mean, Jack is going to get the Vanquish Soul resin back at the end. Pretty sure about that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, but we're packing things up. That is the equalizer, Rosell. The first game took so long, but the second game now a little quicker in favor for Rosell.
Oh, I thought it just looked like Rosell was going to steal one of the raisins, but was the raisin even Rosell's or was it Jack's? I'm completely confused
it
with
was
all the
Jack's.
cards
It was
stealing
Jack's,
there.
yeah.
Right,
But I mean, when it goes back in the end phase, how much does it do there anymore?
yeah, I know, but it's now in Rosell's deck.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, I think they're going to be able to figure that out.
I
to be
hope
honest.
so. I hope so. It's not the same sleeve. So
Nah, it's not. It's both World Championship qualifier sleeves, but I think
Yep.
from different seasons. Therefore, they will be able to figure it out somehow. But Vanquish Soul being
crazy mirror.
that it's first of all a really interesting and crazy mirror, I have to say as well. One thing that sometimes can be funny, at first when I thought about the Snow Devil, I thought it is like protecting all Vanquish Soul monsters, but I think it's only protecting your own, so that's not a factor at least.
But it's the ones that you control. So
Yeah.
if you steal something, the cards also won't get destroyed. It's not the cards that belong to you. Some cards have this kind of wording as well. But this is really interesting to see. So that doesn't also mean that Vanquish Soul is such a good deck for a tournament. It's a skillful deck. But if you're playing many mirror matches, fatigue is going to play a role in those as well.
And this is an argument that a lot of times has happened before tournaments, that why to play a deck that make you fatigue, make your tiredness come through, and maybe make some misplays after a lot of rounds of Swiss and later on the top cut.
But what have we seen in the matchup right now? How are you supposed to play the Vanquish Soul mirror match? To me, it looked like you are trying to, if you start, you're letting your opponent play in and you're making it a little bit harder for them. So you use your smaller interruptions like Caesar Valius and the steal from Holisu a little bit early, so they have to commit more into the field. And then when you think they have committed enough so they don't have any more pushes, you're trying to snow devil them for everything.
That sounds like it, sure.
It reminds me of Sky Strikers mirror back in the day, that you had Anchor to always steal your opponent's monsters, and then you could link live through monsters like that. And also you can also do that in the Vanquish mirror, that you can steal the monsters and go into your rock and just pop off from there.
Yeah, but maybe what it comes down to now is whether Roselle will be able to summon monsters already on that first turn that Jack is going to have. Of course, mainly the Holisu, but also there is Rescue Ace Impulse and Rescue Ace Fire attack in there. So more monsters even that get to summon from the hand. And there's Phantasmate too. Like half of the deck from Roselle basically can be summoned on the first turn.
It's just, if I start in this mirror matchup, I'm going Purulia immediately
Yes,
in my own turn. Yeah.
Really, actually, that might be a card you want to keep in going first. That's a crazy thing to say, but I don't hate the idea of that, really.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. But
This is
the
the first
duelists
time
are
that
ready,
has
so
ever
we
happened,
have
right?
to go in, players. They're about to begin, so let's go back to the table. Game number 3, deciding who goes to top 8 here, shall start now.
It's a good thing that we developed the going first Purulia technology here. I like this.
You hear it here first.
Yeah. It's probably not us first, to be honest. I think
Jack starts with Stake Your Soul, revealing a pretty hefty price here, staking his very own soul. And Dr. Madlov is revealed, but there is the Molchami Fuvolos being chained. Stake Your Soul, though. Can, of course, what is he going to bring out here? Oh, he's desperately searching for the card that he needs here. And Roselle has already prepared to draw one card, and Roselle gets that card now off of Fuvolos.
that is the heavy Borger. Roselle just upstarted immediately there, and there is going to be the Madlove. I think that the Fuvolos is Ash Blossom for the Vanquish Soul start, and now the question is for Jack, how do you continue here? Because yes, of course, you can go for resource management with Rock of the Vanquisher, but then again, oh, did we just Borger on Borger? Some Borger on Borger action.
It looked like Borger, so that's just a draw 1.
Do you go Rock of the Vanquisher here? Surely you do, right? Do you?
I think
Can you afford to give one more draw though?
He's... Oh, wow, it's a pass. Roselle's
The
turn.
Borger goes back to hand if you pass here, by the way, because of Stake Your Soul.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah, you are right. But I think... Hold on. Oh, wait, we just... Oh, wait, we immediately use the effect of...
Oh yeah, we can't do that because the Borger was not returned. All right, Basti is contacting the judges about this. Now Roselle is trying to start. Funnily enough, that nobody notices this in the Vanquish Soul mirror match. Normal summon of Dr. Madlove is just.
I mean, when you're in the zone and
Yeah.
just try to focus on your plays, it's probably...
I mean, this mirror match looks like you should also focus on your opponent's plays, but then again, it has been 2 very long days for these duelists. And Roselle, now we have realized this. I think Jack is just saying, hey, I shuffled my hand, but I mean, you guys saw what I mean, there's 3 judges at the table, so you might get to shuffle this card back.
Okay,
right,
disaster avoided, yeah. Indeed, so we are able to continue here. Very, very happy that we are, because it would have not been a great way to end this game here, but we are still in this. Droll and Lockbird on the resolution of the Madlove. That is really the most crucial moment to use it, because that prevents extension from there. Still activating it, but we will not be able to search with it now.
I mean, if you have more Vanquish Soul cards in hand, you can still access your start and phase effect if you go into the Rock of the Vanquisher and then special summon something from your hand. Not sure if you want to do that necessarily. It really depends on what card you have in hand. Oh, we're going to reveal a Magnamod. I think we're special summoning Jiaolong, right? That might be a Jiaolong.
Yes, there is the Jiaolong coming onto the field. Also will not be able to search, but still is, of course, big enough possibly to attack over that Dr. Madlove on the side of Jack.
With 2 Vanquish on the field, Star can be activated on the end phase.
Yes, that is what we're trying to accomplish here. Very, very true, very important for Roselle.
The big question is how many attributes can we get until the end phase because we can't access our deck right now anymore. This is a very aggressive attack of the Vanquished Soul, Dr. Madlove. There's really just forcing the 1,200 damage through 2,000 defense. Also not too shabby. Dr. Madlove, crazy card.
Yeah, he's mad,
Super mad.
but also in love. And I'm in love with the Vanquished Soul deck, right? It's such a cool deck. Such a grindy deck. Such a deck that was expected to do decently well, but is now just really getting over the expectation level really by being so heavily represented in this top 64 breakdown here.
We're going for a Link too. We're summoning the Dark.
Give me that Dr. Madlove, says Roselle.
That is super interesting. Are we going to just develop a Dark so our opponent has to have a tougher time? You go Rock of the Vanquisher in the main monster zone. I'm loving this. Just to have the Dark developed on the field for a possible surge. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can search Heavy Borga with Dark. Crazy.
That is a cool thing to do, I'm not gonna lie. Rock of the Vanquisher on the field now, of course.
I love just summoning Dark for it to be there. This is cool. Oh, wow. Okay.
DD Crow is being chained.
Probably into the Jawlong. Yeah.
Onto the Jawlong, but as Rock of the Vanquisher does not target, that means we can still get the Dr. Madlove back to our hand. It's apparently all about that Dr. Madlove in this game, but now that is a pass. This matchup is so weird, but also so nice at the same time, because it's not really doing any big combos or anything, but just a real grind game. Now Jack going into the end phase and passes right back over to Roselle. How's that even possible?
I'm also quite curious as to why Roselle activated the Vanquished Soul start if you're not even having any cards in the end phase on the field.
True.
Dr. Madlove, normal summon here. Are we getting the second Vanquished? Oh no, we are adding Holly's. Of course, we used the Vanquished Soul start now just to add the Holly Soul. And that is a fist bump. Roselle advances to top 8 in the Vanquished Soul mirror match. There was so much non-engine for Jack, but not enough engine.
Very, like, it was so quick all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like, definitely she would have needed to extend a little more there and get into the moves, but Vanquished Soul can put up a lot of damage quite quickly, especially with the Borger, of course.
I mean, in Vanquish Mirror, you cannot afford to let your opponent get more resources because even though she could not OTK right there, she could actually get a lot of draws and a lot of advantage in comparison to her opponent.
And I mean, this was so quick, but let's quickly bring it down to the point and realize Roselle is one game away from her ticket to the World Championship.
That's insane. All of these duelists, the top 8 of the tournament, are one game away from glory. We have some players in there possibly that have already been there or that are already qualified for Master Duel Worlds, and Herman Hansen.
Sure.
So curious where that gets us because he seems unstoppable at the moment. But one game away. We are going to make sure that you know who our top 8 are because we of course always do the quick interview with Ed to introduce the best 8 duelists from the tournament to you guys. So we are okay, we're not doing this anymore apparently.
I mean, we're showing them all anyways on
That's
the feature
true,
match
yeah.
stage, so kind of not needed anymore. So we're just going to have the cards and the moves of the players speak for themselves instead, which is also a cool thing, of course. And we will be back, as I explained earlier, with not 1 but 2 rounds of top 8 featured matches very soon. So you stay tuned and be back with us when that top 8 match, that first one, is going to happen. See you in just a moment.
Welcome back to WCQ 2025.
Welcome back, everyone.
What happens at these kind of events like YCSs or even WCQs? Well, let's have a look. And as you can see, there are thousands of duelists behind us who are all taking part to see which of them will be crowned the champion. Stick around, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. To rescue Rabbit or to not rescue Rabbit? That is the question. But another question is, what happens at these kind of events like YCSs or even WCQs? Well, let's have a look. This is the main event stage. This is where all of our duelists have signed up to take part in this World Championship qualifier. And as you can see, there are thousands of duelists behind us who are all taking part to see which of them will be crowned the champion. But it's not just the main event that people are taking part in. This is the public event stage. And the public events include alternative formats like 3v3s or even Time Wizard. And you can take part in these, collect points and exchange those for prizes. And this is where you get those prizes. Here are the wonderful prize where the gentleman behind the desk will help you exchange the tickets that you've won in public events for some amazing prizes, including deck boxes, packs, sleeves, and even amazing playmats, just like the exclusive Bestial Magnamut one for this event. But on top of prizes and events, we have coverages for the event. And that happens right here in our coverage area. Behind me, you see our wonderful commentators mid-match, and the feature match area is right there. That's where all the action happens during the coverage that you see throughout our WCQs and also our YCSs. It's all the same stuff, but here, it's to crown a champion. But the real champion of this video is this rescue rabbit. Thanks, me. This rabbit has been all around the venue, and also so have you, for those of you who can't make it here. But be sure to stick around. We've got loads of great coverage from our WCQ coming your way.
Welcome back, everyone. We have another meta-analysis here for the WCQ 2025 in Berlin. I'm joined by Sebastian Lemke. My name is Leonard König. And we're going to analyze the meta a little bit because it has shifted quite a bit.
Definitely. There is some new decks coming into the format with the latest release of Duelist Advance, of course, and therefore it's worth breaking down. Of course, there's still some big players sitting up top that have been there for a couple of weeks and months now. Most noticeably, I would say that is Malice, because Malice pretty much has only changed since Alliance Inside, where Machair, of course, was released, which was the big support card for the deck.
Ad Ignister cards.
Of course, those are really good as well. Backup Ad Ignister, what a card it is, really. But overall, I think Malice still fighting back and forth, right? Because it always has that heavy side-taking problem with facing Artifact Lancer, with facing Chaos Hunters, with facing Mulcharmy Meowths. Still, though, it consistently puts up results. It won the biggest national championship in Europe. It won French national championship with Damien Valla, and it just puts up the results. So you can never really rule that deck out. And if you don't have Lance against it, it just does whatever it wants, really.
It went really hard at NAWCQ as well. And if you have low impact hand traps against it, there's like a 5% chance that you stop your opponent realistically. As if you have impermanence for Dormouse and they pass, that's fine, but that's rarely ever
You're
gonna
lucky
happen.
if that happens. You're very, very lucky if that happens, for sure.
And I think there's another deck, of course, the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck that has been super popular.
Yes.
There's some more developments in that regard as well, because now people have gone away from cards that are considered bricks, maybe playing a smaller Ryziel engine. It added Fiendsmith cards as well, so another engine, funnily enough, to add more consistency.
Yeah, for sure. I think that deck is just basically build whatever you like. Like you can play a small Fiendsmith package, sometimes just playing Lacrima and Engraver in the main deck essentially. You can also just play a big Fiendsmith package with running Tract and all those cards with Lurry and so on and so forth too. So you're free to do whatever you like. And also on the ratios of Mitsurugi cards. You can play 2 Ritual, some play 3 Ritual. It's really, like, some people play 1 Aramasa, some play 3. It's really up to personal preference. And I think this deck is just very versatile, and you can just do whatever you like with it.
If you're playing classic Ryziel Mitsurugi, I've seen most of the time that the Mitsurugi engine was quite a bit smaller, you know, just 3 Habakiri and then Murakumo as the only ritual monsters. Now with a little bit of an added Fiendsmith engine and just few Ryziels, you could just go for the full Futsu package. It's great either way. The end field of the deck is super strong. It is resilient. I just think that if you add an Engraver and a Lacrima, it just makes your deck so much better against Droll and Lockbirch, which is, of course, a card that is in most of the main decks in this tournament as well.
It is, but of course, also those cards can sometimes conflict with the extra Ryziel, so there is some potential. You can really do whatever you like with that, but also those decks have changed a little bit in how they build, but some Ryziel decks also completely included new cards with the Onomad cards. Onomad Ryziel is a factor. That deck, all of a sudden, huge results already at NAWCQ. I think we might see it having big results this weekend again as well. That deck, for me, is definitely one of the picks to maybe take it all the way here this weekend.
And this deck actually plays around Droll and Lockbird quite nicely, because what you always want to do is summon Traptrix Rafflesia first, basically, so that you have the Gravedigger's Trap Hole in your deck to send it to the graveyard when your opponent Droll and Lockbirds you.
Absolutely. That's so strong, for sure. And therefore, different Ryziel variants, we're going to see plenty of that for sure, I am almost certain.
I want to say that's basically the old stuff, right?
Yeah,
because there's plenty of new decks on the horizon. Vanquish Soul is a fan favorite because of how grindy it is. It kind of feels like old school Time Wizard Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes, where you only have 1 or 2 monsters on the field, but
it does escalate quickly into a lot of monsters.
Holly Sue is a card, dude. Holly Sue, on both turns you can special summon it out, special summon a monster from the deck that can be resin to search Caesar Valius or Heavy Borger or anything, and you can take a monster from your opponent's side of the field and put it to your own side. You can steal it. This card is insanity.
Very grindy, very cool deck. I think a lot of high-skilled players love this deck because it gives them so much variability to play on your opponent's turn, to create longer, grindy games, and I think that is what a lot of players value, and I think that is what a lot of players are going to bring this weekend, really.
And it's not only like a personal preference choice of rogue decks, because actually in the playoffs, in the point playoffs, there is 2 players saying this deck is going to take me to Worlds.
Indeed, that is true. So definitely one of the big decks you have to look out for. Another one also with massive support in Duelist Advance, where I don't know, it wasn't super successful in WCQ. There was only one person making top cut with it, Luna Light.
Yeah.
That deck has the ability to be insane, because if you just put out 2 Liger Dances, what is your opponent going to do? Just like those 2 monsters unaffected from everything? I'm hardly dealing with that ever.
I mean,
So-
those cards are basically reminiscing to Apocrypha Tower.
Yes.
They are called towers sometimes.
Sure.
And you can deal with one. If they just destroy everything you have, that's significantly tougher. But also, the deck has the potential to put Baguska, number 41, I think it is,
Yeah.
onto the field next to it, because the Liger Dances are unaffected. They can still activate their effects. They're still in attack position. It's just so hard to out this field.
It is very, very hard indeed. And I think those are the decks that you would consider to be there.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be in the top cut. I think one more that I would like to mention is Blue Eyes. Of course, we as German commentators, it won German nationals, and it also won another national championship along the process of national championships. Always a deck that can take people by surprise, and I think it might still be in the top cut and maybe even go all the way, really.
Has the ability to play a lot of hand traps, has a really strong going first field. Another deck that is also in the playoffs. Actually, we have multiple more. The format is so wide open. What about Memento?
Very good too. Still super strong combo deck. Super
Paradise Smasher,
versatile.
huh?
That is something they do now as well, which also the Vanquish Soul strategy does. So level 5 monsters more popular than ever before.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's definitely one that I would recommend to maybe have a deep run in the tournament as well. Of course, favorite of mine too. Let's talk about a couple of other decks though. One that I really love is the Apophis deck. I hope the Apophis deck is going to have a good showing this tournament, because, I mean, I played it at French Nationals myself. I love the deck, and I hope someone can finally get a deep run with that deck, and that would be really cool to see.
I've heard that people were cooking with it, so I'm
Yeah.
quite positive. And maybe we dive into other decks like Mermail, the water
True,
deck.
Of course.
We have players that have been insanely successful with the deck. It sometimes just feels unstoppable if you have a pilot to the deck that is super sufficient in the strategies and the combos. It seems like no interruptions in the world can stop them.
Speaking of water monsters, I think Crystron also always
Yeah.
a deck you have to have on your radar. Not super successful in the last couple of weeks. I think
mean,
NAWCQ saw 0 on top cut, but I think we're going to have one on top cut. I'm confident.
Yeah, we might actually have one. Lancea is, of course, a card that is still played by basically everyone just because Malice is so incredibly good. You talked about the side decking problems of the deck. It's a little bit collateral that Crystron also has
For
this
sure.
issue.
For sure. And then, I mean, there could also just be absolute wonder boxes. Maybe
Yeah.
RBs. Maybe someone is going to solve
Please, play
the
RB.
RB cards from Duelist Advance and brings them into a deck that we don't even expect. Because at NAWCQ, I was already surprised to see RB Crystron, RB Cyber Dragon. Maybe there is RB Earth Machine this weekend or something like that.
I mean, the cards feel incredibly generic
Yeah.
combined with machine monsters. Of course, this 1,500 or less. Oh, wait, that makes me think of another deck. Sky Striker.
Oh,
the extra deck
please.
monsters all have 1,500 attack.
I love Sky Strikers.
Yeah, same. I love Sky Striker as well. The deck has received incredible
Oh, yes.
support. You have Lemnis Gate now, and of course, you have Zero. You can
Zero.
search Engage now with monsters. That is insanity.
Indeed, so that's a wide variety of decks we can expect. Of course, let us know at home what you think might be the deck that takes us all the way, that is going to be represented in the finals, or at least in top 4, which would be enough to already make it to the World Championship. I'm really curious. I hope there is going to be maybe another Dinka Bui fairy tale story where he does it with a deck that no one really is expecting. That can always happen, of course.
Yeah, maybe we have another Fire King miracle. Maybe, calling it now, we have in Top Cut Meteoriactor Dragon.
Oh, please, that would be so cool. I would really be looking forward to that. But we're going to give it now into another short break, so live coverage coming away very soon again. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to WCQ 2025 in Berlin. I'm here with Tom to talk to you guys about, well, a different way of playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is just as popular as the main event, and that is our most popular public event, Ultimate Time Wizard. In particular, as for the last events, it's gonna be 2010, and we thought it would be a good idea to discuss just what the format looked like and what are some of the decks that we could expect to win these events that have been, you know, gathering players from all over Europe, if not the world at times. So it's definitely something that has received also a lot of support. We had some important reprints in Quarter Century Stampede, and I would say we can just start from the top contenders. Who do we think could just take the event by storm?
Well, the top contenders, in my mind, has to be something to do with Black Wings. So we have two different ways to play Black Wings, and then people play it in a lot of ways in between. But one way to play it, Black Wings, is just you play all the Black Wing monsters, you center around Black Whirlwind, the very powerful continuous spell cards, and you back it up with loads of traps. It's a very sort of tempo-focused deck. You summon your monsters, you defend them with traps, you attack, you deal damage, and then you play big finishers like Dark Arm Dragon. And then on the other main popular Blackwing variant is focusing on Vayu. So when Vayu's in the grave, along with another level 5 or higher winged beast Blackwing, you can banish it, banish both of them, and summon a synchro straight from your extra deck without having to synchro summon normally. So this is a really powerful strategy. You combine it with all the other kind of staples of the format. You can use things like Hamster and Raikou, you can use Caius, you can use Return from the different dimensions. So this is a really fun deck. It really encapsulates all of the format for me because you can use all of those powerful cards.
Yeah, it's basically, you know, just a mix of good cards, we could say. It has been my deck of choice for quite a long time, and it's actually the card that is going to be featured on the Giant card for the Ultimate Time Wizard this event, Vayu. So I'm sure a lot of players will be, you know, willing to fight it off to get their hands on it. But yeah, I think what, you know, just make the format so popular is that you can really play so many different decks and decks that actually feel extremely different to play, because even among these two strategies of Blackwing, you can see one deck, the Alberto's choice, we could say, the regular Blackwing, which is pretty much an archetype deck. You just search for any card that says Blackwing and you just play it into your deck. Obviously rely on some Winged Beast, you know, synergy with Icarus attack, and then it's good to go. While you can have these kind of mash-up decks where you take a lot of cards that maybe do a +1. We had similar strategies with like Machina cards or Elemental Heroes, and not necessarily it has to be, you know, a straightforward deck, but it can be a mix of different ways to push, because usually games, you know, it's rare to just have a duel finish in one turn, I'd say. You really need a specific combination of cards. But I think the biggest elephant in the room, outside of For the Shoe, has to be frog decks. In particular, anyone who has been playing the game for a long time know that, you know, Treeborn Frog has been one of the OG, you know, recurring cards, making all of the monarchs extremely better. But the thing about Time Wizard is that it's not just about, you know, delving back into memory, playing the decks that used to exist back in the day. It's also about trying to innovate with the knowledge that now we have. And the last few events have all been won by a new deck, we could say, in this last year, which has been this Frog, Turbo, you know, Fishburg deck, let's say. And I love it.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. So it centers around Subsitoad and Fishborg Blaster. So Subsitoad, you can tribute a monster and summon any frog from your deck. So that's an extremely powerful effect, but I think it might have been not used to its fullest potential in the 2010 format, because the frogs, they're not all super powerful. They all do a little bit. They're all quite fun, but mostly people were just using it to summon a swap frog and send a Treeborn Frog. But some people figured out that with the Fishborg Blaster, you can actually do quite a lot. So it's a tuner you can repeatedly summon from the graveyard by discarding cards. So that gives you lots of monsters you can send, and then you can make some fun synchro plays. So you can make a good Colossal Fighter Armory Arm combo, which is one of the staples of the format. So Marcello said you can't end duels in one turn, but if you play with this deck, you certainly can.
Yeah, definitely. That gives quite a different experience. And I mean, it speaks volumes again on how the format can change. Back in 2010, at least April, which is around the Forbidden Limited list that we play with, it wasn't much of an option. But then the next set that is not legal for this event would release Ronin Todin, which we all know how powerful that card be, and it immediately changed everything, because the European Championship and the World Championship would be won by a Frog Turbo variant. But I think alongside those, as mentioned, the variety is up there. There are a lot of decks that again have been, I think, quite on an interesting journey, because if you look at deck list for YCS Edison from back in 2010, you can look at decks such as Gladiator Beast and Light Swarm, which I have to say in the first few years of Time Wizard they kind of disappeared, but this year they are back.
Yeah, to my mind, like Gladiator Beast is kind of the breakout. People are trying it, they're experimenting new different things. At the NAWCQ, we saw someone raining Reckless Greed in Gladiator Beast Respite, which is some crazy tech choices that we haven't really seen before. So there's still room for innovation. Even now, people have been playing the format for years after. And yeah, there's still new decks coming up. The breakout perhaps of last year as well, along with the Frog Turbo deck, was the Gigaplant Supervised deck, a super cool combo deck if you love plants. It's kind of similar. You've got that Lone Fire Blossom rather than Substitute, tribute plants, summon other plants from the deck, another superpower combo deck.
Yeah, and you did mention Reckless Greed. A lot of these decks share that powerful trap card, which is unlimited in the format. Personally, I'm a bit traumatized still by the last Duel Chronicle we had, where you opened 3 of it, although that was, a different format as it was in Dark World. But yeah, it's definitely up there. There are a lot of things that you can do. Whether you like trap cards more, there are a lot of trap-heavy decks, and I mean, most decks in the format run at least 10. But there are also these kind of combo decks that have been tried out. Speaking of, playing monster-heavy focus decks, we can maybe hint at the fact that yesterday night we have been playing, against each other commentators with some 2010 decks, and you in particular played a deck that also have had a little bit of success last year, which is basically monsters-only deck.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the EU World Championship Qualifier. Now, speaking of World Championship qualifications, the winners of our top 8 feature match will be making their way to the World Championships. So this is a very exciting duel for our participants. And to make sure you guys get to see all of this, as you've seen throughout the weekend, we do have a backup feature as well. So we should be able to show you all 4 of the matches so we can see exactly who our Worlds participants are going to be, which means we have 2 top 8 feature matches coming back to back for you. So without any further ado, let's introduce our 2 duelists. Our blue duelist is Giuseppe Frosi. Thanks for cheering, audience. That was a really cool moment for us there. Now, Giuseppe, we have seen you in top 64, 32, 16, and top 8s in the past. Can you make it to top 4?
I hope so.
You hope so. What would going to Worlds mean to you?
It's something that until this weekend was not expected, because I didn't do the run for the points, so I started with 2 lows, like the 2 first round, so all my game was in the bubble. Wow, was tough. Yeah.
But here you are in the top 8. You might make it a top 4, and therefore Worlds, you could even be the European champion. This could be it for you. I'm going to let you sit down and compose yourself before we start. And our next duelist, our red player, Tom Kleinekarber. Now, Tom, we've seen you before. We've seen you in the finals before of YCSs against Samir Bashar. We've also seen you in finals against Dinka Bui. Neither of them are here, though. You are. Do you think this could be the time you make it all the way?
I mean, someday has to be the day.
Someday has to be the day.
Why not today?
What would Worlds mean to you if you could go?
Honestly, the Worlds. Like, I've been playing this game for a decade, and it's always the dream of everyone. Yeah, just the Worlds.
Do you think you could be the European champion as well?
Yeah, of course. Why not? I mean, I didn't win a title yet, so...
Let's make it the first one. Who knows? Well, best of luck. I'm going to let you have your seat. And then we are going to get into a dice roll to see who is going to be going first. Gentlemen, who would like to go first? Giuseppe is going to roll first. Give that a good shake there, and that is a 7. And now for Tom. See who the high roll gets. looking to the skies, praying for a high roll. That is a 7. Oh no, not in the top 8. We have an 8. We're slowly making our way upwards. The eyes are closed. We're praying for that high number. There's a 10. Are you going to go first, Tom? Tom is going to go first here in our first top 8 feature match. This is great sportsmanship. Only one of these 2 duelists can make it through and will secure their place at Worlds. But who's it going to be? I'm going to hand you over to your commentators so that you guys can find out.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome indeed to the first top 8 match that we are going to witness for the first time. We are going to be able to show pretty much all of them, we hope, as we decided to split the top 8 into 2 different instances where we are going to have a main future match and then the backup. So we might, you know, just a glimpse, but we'll give you updates of what's going on in the backup future as well. But what a journey, 2 incredible just days of dueling all the way from the playoffs, and then yesterday, and I mean 12 rounds away, top 64, but now 1 match away from going to Paris.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolutely fantastic weekend. We've had a real breakout deck, which has been really interesting to see. I think it performs so much better here, the Vanquish Soul deck, than at the North American World Championship qualifier. So I don't know who could have predicted that, well, except for all the people that brought the deck.
Exactly, no, but especially because yesterday I was talking to Giuseppe, bumped into him, and it was like, yeah, I have 2 losses, so, you know, and here we are.
Yeah, and speaking of decks, I have an important announcement when it comes to the ones remaining, because the top 8 breakdown for the event is 4 Vanquish Soul decks, 3 Mitsurugi Raziel, and of course Theodore the hero with Sky Striker, so no Malice left in competition, which means that all of the 3 duelists, you know, coming from the playoffs were playing Malice. That's not gonna be the case for today. It means different decks are also going to the World Championship from Europe, but yeah, here as we can see the brackets, some of these amazing names that are now going to battle it out for their chance to go to Paris. Overall, we are going to have a Mitsurugi Raziel mirror match, which is the match we are going to see first. Then there is always going to be a Vanquish Soul mirror match, which is the one obviously between players we have witnessed already. And then on the screen, as you could see, Lorenzo versus Theodore, that Vanquish Soul against Sky Striker, which is going to be the main future match coming up right after this round. Wow, I'm honestly excited for it. Our players, I'm sure, as well. The crowd is here ready to cheer for their champion, so let's just go to the table. Big die roll win by Tom. You could see how much it mattered for him, closing his eyes, putting his up in prayer. Can he finally have the breakout performance?
Yeah, that prayer is probably the most important card in his deck as well. If you go first and you can activate it in the draw phase, you can sneak quite a lot of few plays underneath a John Lockbird. So let's see if Tom has that in the cards.
They were the most played deck in top cuts with 18 each. And here we see the Fuvalos. Do we have a response from Tom?
Let's go.
And a second one.
Wow. That hurts.
A little wins from Tom there. He is running so many cards to try and deal with these Molchamis when he goes first. He has got the Call by the Grave. He has got the Crossout Designator, but in this case, not got access to either of them. Looks like his deck is very combo heavy, very going first oriented.
Also like the addition of the Crossout Designator in the main deck, just, you know, to have an extra option just in case. This one is gonna hurt, to be fair. Like the double Fuvalos being drawn from Giuseppe. Difficult to navigate through this, and what else can you expect if you're Giuseppe now? The ritual get activated from Tom. Not easy, honestly, to play under Fuvalos like double. Yeah.
Yeah, it really depends on the choice of deck. There's so many ways to play Mitsurugi, and you can play the version that Tom is playing with the highest ceiling, with the Ryziel cards and a couple of Fiendsmith cards thrown in. It opens so many options up, but on the other hand, these are all cards that you don't really want to have when you're staring down a Molchavi Fuvelos.
And yeah, here the German player, amazing accomplishment, amazing career, is gonna try his best to just navigate such a tough spot, but he has been here multiple times, winning on stream in the past.
We are seeing the mirror. A lot of players this weekend have opted to include a bigger Mitsurugi package in their Mitsurugi Ryziel decks, and Tom is no exception. He's running the mirror, so presumably accompanied by some pre-preparation of rights. And here we see, even in the main deck, the Mitsurugi Magatama, I think it is.
Magatama.
Offer you a bit more options in your ending field.
Yeah, seems like a common occurrence. We saw it in Johannes' deck also when he knocked out Joshua Smith. He's still one of those players in the event, so maybe this is, you know, a new
addition. Yeah,
addition to the deck.
Yeah, Mitsurugi is a theme with a lot of different options that you don't have to run, but you can. There's some very powerful other cards, like the Magatama, like the Trap, that can negate a monster effect as well.
Are we just going to pass? No, seems like we are. Wow, interestingly enough, we're not going to just proceed the normal summon that Purulia and give 2 more draws.
2 cards for 1 IP. Find out soon if it was worth it.
And yeah, that's a pass. So Giuseppe gonna start his turn with a lot of resources and staring down this IP and Futsu.
Yeah, this is the ideal situation for Giuseppe after losing the dice roll.
Indeed. Oh, and we start thing off with the ritual.
Well, this could be a bit of a problem for Tom if Murakumo is the first thing to hit the field. Could neutralize the IP somewhat.
And ooh, not quite. It's its own Futsu.
Oh.
And yeah, here soon enough we'll have another question of does Tom have any interruption in end?
You can also tell how much, you know, Tom really thought about summoning the IP, if that was really worth it, giving Giuseppe 2 extra cards. But I don't really think he's holding any interactions in his hand. I think he's just playing with the 2 set cards as well.
Could be the case, and we're gonna find out soon, because now area of chain links come from Giuseppe.
Yeah, Tom can start special summoning monsters from his graveyard, but if he does, then Giuseppe will have the option to summon some from his own as well. So we could see an army of reptiles on either side.
Yeah, I think he's just going for the IP.
Okay. Is it just gonna be SP? Yes, it is. So IP into SP. But still Giuseppe has so much to him. Yeah, look at this. I mean, we have seen Mitsurugi Ryziel perform extremely well throughout the entire weekend. And at least one of them, of course, coming from this match, will be going to the World Championship.
Interesting choice there, Tom neglecting to summon something from his own graveyard with his own Futsu.
Yeah. I mean, we knew about that, but just, I mean, Tom, desperate means, desperate measures, just trying to stay in this, give himself the chance to have another turn.
Yeah, we're going to get so much back. We still have the Saji to come back off the Futso, and then the prayers can bring back anything else you like.
Ooh, but sudden change of mind right there at the end, and
then the Futso itself going to come back.
Okay. Another chance to respond from Tom.
Makes sense. Giuseppe wanting to make sure he can summon something that also has its own chain link and maybe protect the effect of Futso a little bit.
Very least we know the Magatama is most likely there.
There's the Ash. Okay, all the prayers.
Magatama, yeah.
A lot of interruptions from Giuseppe here. Let's see if Tom responds to this, but really it's going to be very difficult for Tom here now, because I think you're kind of forced to use the Nagatama. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Magatama, you can't do anything unless you have a reptile to tribute, so you might not even be able to use it at all. It's a real problem for Tom here.
That hurts.
Because, yeah, sometimes you kind of rely on the prayers to resolve and start bringing back your Futso, and then that can bring back other reptiles. But once prayers has been negated now, he might struggle to get anything onto the field, might actually pass his turn without even summoning Murakumo.
Indeed, and as we can see, Giuseppe just added his own copy of Magatama, making things even worse for Tom. Obviously, so much on the line. We saw, I would say, a bit of a UK dominance in the past few years at the European Championship, and until finally we had again an Italian winner in Esteban. So the question will be, can we have a back-to-back also for Italy? And we do have 2 chances at it with Giuseppe and Lorenzo. So obviously, we'll be in support of whoever will be the most deserving to do so, but
yeah, I think
that is enough. Giuseppe does win game 1, going second. I mean, we know how good these players are. They're not gonna waste any time around. They definitely wanna try, if they can, to avoid, you know, game 3 on time, and then they want to try to play as much Yu-Gi-Oh as possible. And Tom, of course, knows when to pick up his cards, but as I've hinted at you guys, we can just also bring up the deck breakdown in a better fashion. And yeah, that is it. As mentioned, quite a surprise coming from Theodore, of course, but the rest, conversion rate held from Swiss to the top 8.
Yeah, who would have thought no Malice in the top 8 whatsoever, especially considering what we saw on that day 0 with the points playoff, where everyone seemed to be playing Malice. All the decks sent were Malice. Everyone was prepared for Malice, and yet in the main event, this is what we see.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed, honestly, that there's no Malice left in the top 8. But we talked about this even before, how Vanquisho honestly hit the field throughout the main event, and I mean, there's no surprise to me that he's showing up strong in the top 4 with you know, 50% of our players piloting it. But at the same time here now, Tom will go first again. So he has an interesting card that maybe we will see in actions, which is the Qualifier Guardian. And I think going first is adding this in for sure. And maybe there will be the chance to see him in action. It's been a while, actually. It's been, you know, years.
Absolutely. But on the other hand, you all know I'm a big fan of also Psy-frames. So I'm excited to see that he has also decided to include those in. I mean, there is a universe in which you also bring, obviously Gamma is at 1, but like going first, it's by far, it has always been the best out to draw and lock. If it happens, you just win on the spot, but I mean, most likely they're going to be for going second. But regardless, this match should all be about the plays that we witnessed, not so much about our analysis, let's say. And since our players are ready, let's find out the outcome of game 2. here they are.
So is Tom going to have to stare down 2 Molchamis once again?
For now. Well, there goes one
there's a
in the
Puruglia.
Puruglia.
I think that Tom looked like he was saying hand, so that's going to be at least 1 draw for Giuseppe.
Indeed.
He sort of had the answer to draw on Lockbird there, because starting with Ritual into Murakumo against the draw on Lockbird is a really, really great way to do it, because then your opponent's forced to give up 2 cards, plus you've already got a Search and a Ritual in play. But in this case, no draw on Lockbird just yet, just a Puruglia.
And here we see also the Serpent has been included by many of the players with these Ryziel cards in the deck and pays off. We see another Fuvalos from Giuseppe is the question. No, not going to be the case, so at least not going to be staring down Fuvalos. But there is an Ash Blossom coming down.
When there's a talent as well.
Oh, let's take a look at the end. All right, so interruptions are not there anymore. And, well, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, this one makes a lot of sense
Yeah.
to me. Saji, I don't know if Tom knows his opponent's deck list, but that Engraver is stuck because the only target is Sanct. You might have an inkling that is the case, because I think in these decks where you're running all 3 engines, Mitsurugi, Ryziel, and Fiendsmith, you're going to struggle to include so many targets.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate end that from Giuseppe. And now we are full knowledge, so we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, he knows as long as he doesn't summon from the hand, so probably no Ryziels today.
Yep.
I mean, no one had to use any Ryziels in the last game either, actually.
No, fair enough.
Such powerful cards, but do have that downside into the Molchamis.
Yeah, I mean, could still see some, but maybe from the extra deck, not so much from the end.
Tom, it looks to me like a Moon of the Closed Heaven if we're going to go for a Link 2 right now. Here we go. Tom running the most trimmed down Fiendsmith engine that I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Which one's his love? There's only one Engraver.
There it is. That's the end.
That's it. That's the engine.
That's
yeah.
the engine.
Well, it's still 4 extra deck slots, but it'll do.
But yeah, we decided to include only one Engraver in the deck.
But it's definitely worth it if it can get any 2 monsters into a Wave King Caesar.
Yeah, debating about the position, it seems like probably not fully aware of what the side deck from Giuseppe is, but in the end decides to summon it in attack mode. Makes sense given it's, you know, only 1800 in defense, I believe. And yeah, it's gonna take quite a lot for Giuseppe to come back into this, especially given, of course, the Purification is going to join the party. And we could have another very quick game, 1 draw.
I'm trying to imagine what it is. The answer is almost always X Ryziel, but I'm not sure X Ryziel is going to cut it.
We knew about that, and of course it's got negated. As you have mentioned, we cannot use the Engraver from end, no other target available. And it's a pass, so yeah, doesn't look like we are going to be waiting all that much. We have an Ash.
So the card that was drawn was the Ash.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the Ash
Doesn't really change.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
Futsu can come
And
straight
yeah,
back.
Giuseppe has seen enough, smiles it off, and picks up his cards. Well, we didn't want to have it any other way. It's gonna take a game 3 to decide who goes to the World Championship. Solid effort, amazing tournament by both of them, but now it all comes down to this one game. It's all or nothing.
Yeah, and Giuseppe with the advantage of going first. We saw him manage to flip it in the first game with those 2 Molchami Fuvalos, but I'd still probably take going first if I had the choice.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, these really are, I would say, probably the most unique situation you can ever be in a Yu-Gi-Oh match. Many call it the match of your life. I, for one, can tell I've been on both ends of the spectrum, unfortunately, both winning it and losing it a couple times. And yeah, it's not comparable to anything else, I'd say. And, you know, especially when you do it on stream, well, that's something else.
Yeah, just getting word for a little update for you guys on our backup feature match is that Christian has taken the first game. So it's 1-0 over there, playing at a slightly slower pace than the players on our main feature table who are already rocketing ahead into game 3. But, you know, the more you play, the faster you can get, and you can get more games of Yu-Gi-Oh! In and
Exactly.
have a lot more fun.
And I mean, for us, it's kind of a best of both worlds scenario, because possibly we could even get to, you know, have a peek at that match if this one is done that quickly as it has been proceeding up until now. But yeah, again, just want to express, you know, the biggest congratulations to both. And now we'll have a go at finding out who will be the 4th player actually going to the World Championship, because for anyone who has missed it, the playoffs already sent 3 amazing duelists. When it comes to their nationality, because that is always something interesting to also look at, we have already 2 French and 1 from Germany, and let's see, who is it going to be? Is it going to be a second one from Germany, or can Italy sneak in? Our players are ready. Let's go to the table. And here they are. Giuseppe will have a shot at going first for the first time in this match, by the way.
Players are just counting up, making sure they have side decked all correctly.
And there goes a nice handshake. Important moment. Arguably the most important of their Yu-Gi-Oh! Careers up until now.
Here comes the Saji.
Seems Tom is not holding any Molcharmin so far. We'll soon find out if that will be the case. But here comes the prayers from Giuseppe. Let's see if there's any response to this, but doesn't seem like, you know, I think it's holding a, I think it's sort of side frame.
Not tributing a card for prayers. This is not something you see every day. Just adding a single card that's assigned to me of quite a weak hand.
And here it is. I think it's the first time in the weekend we see a side framing delta being activated, and
oh, but is Giuseppe just reading that to see if it negates the activation? Because as we saw once earlier in a feature match, if prayers activation gets negated, then you can just activate another one. But that would seem quite unlikely considering he just searched a prayers. Oh.
Oh, and there's the axe.
It's going to lock him out of his Fiendsmith engine, but it will take, I would take that every day of the week if we get to a Habakiri.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have mentioned these side frames making an appearance, and obviously not quite the gamma, but still can be extremely annoying. And let's see if there is anything else from Tom to stop the aggression.
Yeah, maybe that potentially weak-looking start from Giuseppe has baited Tom into using that side frame delta a little bit earlier than he might otherwise, because you've got to imagine that's normally wanting to negate a ritual.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a very powerful card, but you really need to be careful where to activate it, right? Because I feel like if Tom doesn't have any other interruptions, that, of course, is not enough.
Yeah, and in fact, Giuseppe can just go ahead now and pick up that prayers back from the graveyard or search another copy later in the turn.
And it seems like that will be the case. Couldn't return the favor to Giuseppe, who has been just throwing Mulcharmies at him all match long. And that is a big issue, because obviously that's the downside of Psyframes. They do occupy your field.
Comes ritual number 2, and how often do we see Mitsurugi losing after resolving a ritual spell? I can't imagine it's very often. Here comes surely the Murakumo, and I guess in this instance he wouldn't wipe the field, although Giuseppe seems to think that he wants to.
What an opener from Giuseppe, and Tom doesn't have anything else, I think. I think it was the only hand trap that Tom was holding.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that board wipe there, because it just opens you up to, you know, if Tom, for example, just had another Delta, he would now be able to use it. I think you can take it as a given that there are no Mulcharmies in his hand, though.
Indeed. But that would be a funny way to you know, have another go at it from Tom, for sure. Let's see, we could soon find out, but for now we do get to see some Ryzel action for the first time ever in this match. I mean, just shows the difference in power. I would assume he's playing a light package when it comes to the payoffs. Not expecting like cross, but I don't know. We can take a look at the deck list from that. And yeah, we do see the detonator right away.
Yeah. He plays, yeah, next deck there's the one detonator, one dual drive, and that's it.
I
And then it's a
yeah.
very small Ryzel package, yeah, of course.
I think they're just checking whether he was able to summon the sword when he did. Maybe it was the case that the X was underneath the King of the Feral Imps.
Deck, yeah.
Might be a small problem there.
Yeah, obviously they're gonna check and just ask whether he has been given a warning. It doesn't seem like that is the case.
So Giuseppe can now ritual
plan
summon.
B. Good catch, and yeah, we are just gonna have to rely on our plan B instead, activating this mirror.
I think yeah, Giuseppe can find a way to tribute it if he wants to. He's not used Habakiri. He can use prayers again, although he might not know that because that is a pretty niche situation.
Of course.
Almost all cards nowadays say use once per turn rather than activate. Prayers is an exception.
But that would be quite the important time to just, you know, check, because imagine going down, you know, due to that, would be something to keep thinking about in the future. So hopefully he does spot that.
You know, I'm thinking he might not actually have any more reptiles to summon with the Habakiri. Maybe that's why he didn't activate it in the first place. So
yeah, now we get to this purification. And in the meantime, we have been informed that the backup future match just is about to head into game 3. The score was tied by Johannes, so they are 1-1 at the moment. But now it's a pass back to Tom.
definitely better than what we thought he was going to be facing off against.
Yeah, for sure. This is a dream come true for Tom. I feel like after that X came down, I was imagining it was almost game over. But now we're seeing Tom looking at a fairly weak field.
And yeah, this is going to be quite something to navigate for Tom. That was the only interruption he has, and it's going to start with the bonfire right away.
I mean, we have already mentioned it. Ryzel cars have not been all that present, but now both players having access to them.
When is the time to use Murakumo? Because there's always a bit of an art when to make your opponent discard a card. But my feeling was sooner rather than later if your opponent activates Bonfire in case X is the next thing to hit the field.
Well, it's gonna be ice instead. Yeah, this could be an issue. And we use the purification right away.
Okay.
I mean, it is a big investment, but it is so much value you get of ice if you let it resolve. And against the sort of lighter Ryziel engine that Tom is running, maybe Giuseppe knows that, he might not have any more Ryziels to follow it up with. I think I spotted a Call by the Grave in the hand for Tom, but can you afford to Call by the Grave and Murakumo when you're also running the Mitsurugi deck?
We also are not using it anyways, so wow, look at this.
Pressing onwards with the prayers.
Yeah, Tom is doing some thinking calculations. That has to be an unfortunate sequence and choice from Giuseppe, from that king.
Yeah, so easy to do, just not thinking carefully about which material to detach. You'd think at some point it's such a minor decision, but even these minor decisions can come back.
So impactful, honestly. Gotta feel bad for him, but obviously Tom on the other end is gonna obviously take the chances that are given to him. And
Giuseppe definitely not out of things yet, though. He is going to get his Futso effect. If he survives the Tom's turn, then he is for sure going to have follow-up for days. He's going to have a handful of Mitsurugi cards and a handful of, well, at least one Ryziel to play with. But is it going to live the turn?
I'm not too hopeful in terms of at least body language from Giuseppe.
Yeah, Tom's added Murakumo. It's about to come down. It's going to wipe the field, and what's Giuseppe going to have to say about it?
Yeah. You can see Giuseppe, a bit of a sad smirk on his face, but array of chain links available to him. Is there anything that Giuseppe can do to stop this? No, it's going to resolve and clear the field for Giuseppe. Wow.
Giuseppe still got one card face down, and anyone who's played against Mitsurugi knows that the face down card is always Mitsurugi prayers. Or could it be something else?
And now you can tell it is Tom, the one who is thinking about this situation, and that is so close to doing it.
Oh, is he really going to get away with this? He's going to take it. Cannot be Prez.
Wow.
What is going on right now?
Crazy.
Yeah, that's
Crazy.
8,000 damage. Even with nothing else.
Crazy turn of events, and Tom just doesn't seem like he's willing to stop. He's got his eyes on the prize, wants to make it to Paris and have a chance at becoming European champion and finally having that title under his belt. And it seems like he's just moments away from possibly achieving his dream.
What is that face down? How many extra deck cards has Tom got going on here? Oh, he's got the moon next. Yep. Gonna cycle through the Fiendsmith cards, it looks like. Is this the time? This is the last moment to activate a potential Nibiru, but are we gonna see one? I guess not.
Not gonna be the case. King Caesar, it's the field, and that seems like it could be moments away now for Giuseppe.
Yeah.
Read him in his face. He's just in quite the unfortunate spot. Here comes Detonator. We are gonna attack, and there goes the handshake. Wow, what a match.
Yeah, seeing players come back from behind multiple times in the same match. This deck, it's so explosive, it's so powerful. So if you don't have that first turn up to scratch, your opponent is going to come back.
I mean, congratulations to Tom, because he was an absolute thriller. Like, he was down 1-0 and came back. I mean, an absolute match.
No,
wow.
what a match indeed. I mean, amazing stuff from both. Gotta feel bad for Giuseppe. Had his chances. Unfortunate sequence right there at the end. They are showing each other the cards that they had, discussing whether that would have changed anything. I guess we'll never know. But congratulations to Tom. Amazing season in the past couple of years, and deserving for sure his spot at the World Championship. This is just one of the many amazing matches that we have in store for you guys, and that's why I want to hold on, pause the winner interview, because we still have a game 3 going on for the backup future match. So let's just jump back into action. And there it is. These two have been absolutely trading blows.
Yeah, only 10 minutes remaining on the clock, and we're into game 3. We can see that there can be only one. Not a card we've seen a lot of this weekend, but I think I've seen it in every Vanquish Soul player's side deck, and Christian has managed to find his copy of it right here. Going to be very difficult to play around if you're playing Mitsurugi. Every single card is a reptile.
As mentioned, this is going to be a tense one for sure. It's again a match where we could see Rysel Mitsurugi advancing, or it is going to be Vanquish Soul. I think also Christian is one of our Italian contenders. We do have another one who has a chance at going. I'm not sure, unfortunate about Johannes, but I'm pretty sure he's also German. Do we have the same clash, right? Yeah. I don't want to obviously make a mistake there, so we'll wait. But regardless, I mean, another amazing match. We get a chance to just see this ending right here.
Yeah, here we see a unique player of a tribute summon of Engraver, and you can activate the effect. I'm looking at Christian's graveyard, and I'm seeing a Paradise Smasher, and I didn't see anything in Johannes' graveyard to negate that. So did he just lose his Paradise Smasher roll? Is that what happened here? That would be a very unfortunate way to go out, but I don't think anything else could have happened. It looks like Johannes is playing freely, so...
Yeah.
That would be absolutely crazy thing to happen.
Indeed. I mean,
But yeah, there it is. It's in the grave.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Could that really be the game to decide whether you go through the World Championship, you lose what is kind of like, what, 6% something?
I'm stunned if that's happened, yeah. But like, Christian's not activating any effects, and like he just had a rock on the field. And here comes Johannes. He's playing very fast. There's nothing in the grave that he looks like he could have negated it with, so. But it's looking like Johannes is in a very good spot.
Indeed.
He's just answered the copy of There Can Be Only One. It's Ritual Summoning again. He's got a Dynamondo in play for next turn, if there even is a next turn. Playing very fast here, as you might do when you are this close to the World Championships.
Yeah, just look at this. It seems again like the upset might be behind the corner, because Christian, similarly to Giuseppe, also won game 1 in this match and could be about to, you know, receive this comeback victory from the opponent. Johannes had an incredible run this event, knocking out big names in his top cut run.
Yeah, and it is looking like he's got stuff for a rank 4 materials there, and in Ryziel decks there's often one thing that spells, which is Ryziel Duo Drive. You can start unlocking more cards. Christian only holding on to 2 cards in his own hand.
And yeah, this is quickly getting out of hand, because you know, Christian is left with 2 cards in hand.
And no, by the way, I got confirmation from the judges that he did win the draw, so I guess he just didn't have enough to then close the duel. So it's probably that he just passed you know, another turn in between and couldn't close it.
What a way for a game to go.
Absolutely, yeah. So Johannes managing to do the impossible, basically locked under the Smasher and still managing to, you know, wait it out and find a way. Maybe with some hand traps to slow things down.
But there were, I looked at it, there didn't look like there were any hand traps in his graveyard.
Yeah,
but there's not that many cards in Christian's graveyard either. I'm amazed at that sequence of events. I feel like in most games, if your opponent Paradise smashes, you just kind of say, okay, that's that. But you're never going to do that in the top 8.
Of course.
And here we go. Johannes can't play fast enough, it seems. Wants to resolve his Fiendsmith sequence.
Yeah.
Gonna summon a Desiree.
It's also surprising that if that is the case, they're still both on 8,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, at least he would have pushed some damage that turn. So maybe that's why we are rushing. I don't know. Obviously, some interesting, you know, insights there. Yeah, I mean, Johannes now is in a quite comfortable spot. I think I also saw Ghost Ogre hiding in the end, just in case for that field spell coming up.
But yeah, this is millions of damage. So
yeah. Yeah.
Not so much even needed. He's just going to put a little more just in case. Just in case like 20,000 wasn't enough.
And that is it! So Johannes also making it to the World Championship. Wow, I mean, you can hear the crowd just exploding. Rough day for Italy, not gonna lie. I mean, gotta be a bit heartbreaking for us, but I mean, again, we only had the chance to get a peek at that game 3, as you've mentioned. Must have been an exciting, you know, game, because the start looked like it was going to be Christian's game and match, but something must have gone wrong there, and therefore we have yet another amazing player who was missing that breakthrough that is now going to the World Championship. what a cast of amazing players we are just putting up together.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible events here at the World Championships. We're seeing one vanquished soul having lost, but there's a mirror match on the other side, so we're going to see at least one person taking the deck and at least, well, 2 people with Raizio Mitsurugi.
Yes.
Yeah, really curious to see vanquished soul in action, to be fair. And I mean, both of our matches have been incredibly along the line. It could have been either way, and what a comeback from our players now going to the World Championships.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just amazing, and I'm so glad that we decided to, split the top 8 into 2 so that we can now move on to enjoy even more top 8 matches. It has been absolutely incredible, and I'm sure we'll have even as much fun in the remaining ones. Which I gotta say, if this was, as you have mentioned, Tom, more on the Mitsurugi Raizio thing, we are gonna switch to the vanquished soul side of the bracket, because the first match and the main future coming up will be the one between the hero of the people, Theodore, with his Sky Striker deck, and the last hope standing for Italy. If there is a man that can bring Italy to the World Championship, is Lorenzo Muselli. And then the backup future match will be a mirror match between 2 other vanquished soul decks. So it's still a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh coming up, but before we do that, let's just take a moment and enjoy a deserving interview with the winner of the previous future match.
And so, congratulations, Tom, on the win. And I really want to tell me, for which event did you just got the golden ticket? Was it the World Championship, right?
It was, yeah, it is. It is a World Championship.
And I want to ask you, what does it mean that to you?
Honestly, I cannot even say it about. I don't know. I can't even put words into it. Like, it's so unreal, surreal. So like I've always dreamed about going to Worlds. Like, it's the dream of every Yugi player. Like, everyone who's going to locals one day wants to go to Worlds. And I just made my dream from the last 10 years come true.
So
I'm speechless, honestly.
You just accomplished the dream of the little Tom, right?
Exactly. Even of the not so little Tom, yeah.
And I want to ask you right now, you are still in the tournament.
Yeah.
What does it mean to also bring the trophy to back to Germany? What does this mean to you?
I mean, I've lost 2 finals back to back against my good friend Ka and Samir. I didn't play the best Yugi in the top 8 because I was so nervous, but I am at Worlds. A dream is accomplished, and now I will get the win as well.
I mean, at this point, and at
being European champion is better than being a YCS champion or German national champion.
And
now
I mean,
this is the goal.
At this point, first of all, everyone is nervous, and it was very clear that when you are nervous and you are so close to be in the World Championship, obviously you can make 1 or 2 bad moves, so no worries.
Yeah.
And I really want to ask you that, have you understood that you are not a potential European champion only, but you're also a potential world champion?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe this is also better than a national and YCS champion, right?
Apparently everything is better than a German champion, yeah.
So I have some clips prepared so we can discuss
of course,
and to analyze. So first of all, you said that you was nervous during the match.
Yeah, I made some huge misplays, but yeah.
It's not about to misplay. I want to just share your mentality. So in game 1, you know that how important this match is, and you get double Fugalos, and also on a Habakiri effect that you are committed to special summon from the deck.
Yeah.
How was your feelings at the moment?
Honestly, at that point, because I saw my hand, I had zero non-engine. I had 2 Habakiri, Mirror, Ext, and I don't remember what the other one was. I think Ritual Spell. So I was like, the game is pretty much over because I have 0 non-engine. I cannot give him 20 draws. So I just try to do my best and just pass on Futsu, give him everything, give him only 2 draws. But then I've thought if he starts with Ritual Spell, then IP is pretty good because he cannot Murakuma wipe it. And then I can still get Futsu back afterwards. But that's all I had in my mind. I was actually very frustrated because how can you have fucking double Fuvalos in top 8? It's crazy. But yeah, I was perplexed at the moment.
Did you zone out, or you was just thinking that?
I kind of zoned out, yeah.
You zone out,
yeah,
right?
kind of, yeah.
Well, it's okay, but it's obvious that you were so close and you felt the pressure.
Like at the moment where I dropped the second Fuva, in my head, I lost the game and already started focusing on the second one and third one.
Yeah, and this is a very good advice for the audience also.
Yeah, like you cannot win every game, especially like if you don't have any non-engine and your opponent double full with you. And of course, I had different plays. Chaining IP was not good, but yeah.
You was just preparing for the next games.
Yeah, yeah.
Just saying, this is a champion's mentality. Just saying.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, the second video is how you reacted to the Ash Blossoms, and I want to ask you about the potential talent that you activate here. What is your thought process on Saji that you eventually put back in the deck?
I mean, I was very happy about the Ash Blossom because my talents was live, and I had a very easy way to get back to everything because I had kept prayers in hand. And I know he's probably only on one engraver and one tanked, so both are bricks in hand. And if I get back of Saji, prayers is the only way for him to play. So if he doesn't top deck a ritual spell, a ritual monster, X would have been quite annoying. But if he doesn't top deck anything good, it's pretty much one. Yeah.
Okay.
So I like that he ashed my ritual spell.
So you cut off the Mitsurugi engine, meaning that the ritual spell alone cannot do pretty much anything.
Doesn't do anything, yeah.
Yeah, and just let him with the Findism that you could read that they are both the only engine pieces.
Exactly,
and
yeah. I had to read that Engraver's a brick and his only target is Sanct, because why would you play Sanct if you have Tractus and Larry in your deck?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
especially going second also.
Yeah, that's why I thought Saji is the only way to prayers is the only way to play, so I just get rid of Saji. Yeah.
I see. The third thing is about side deck options that you have made, and it's the Cyframe Delta. How do you feel about the Cyframe engine as a whole, and of course Delta alone?
Delta is pretty good into everything going second. Like even against Maris, they always start with Gold Sarcophagus against me. So if you delta it, you might have a shot, go second. I honestly have no clue why I delted Prayers. It negates the activation, so Prayers is live again. And I knew for how he played that he had Ritual Spell in hand. So I've just let him search Murakumo or Habakiri, negate the Ritual Spell, it's way better. But I looked at my hand and I had such a good hand that I was like, I don't know, I zoned out 1 second and then I negated it, and then after that immediately I realized, what did I just do? Like, just let him have the ritual monster, negate ritual spell, and he has no follow-up because he already used Saji, so there's no other way to get back to ritual spell.
I see. First of all, it's obvious that when you have a very good hand in so pressured games, you can zone out and don't make the right options every time.
Like I was so nervous. Usually I don't make those kind of misplays.
I think that you have proved that in the past plenty of time, so no worries. And I wanted to ask you about the fourth clip. I think for me, it was the moment that it gave you the ticket to Paris. Did you also felt that or not? It's the time that Murakumo resolved the effects to destroy the whole field.
I would like to go back a little bit into his turn, because when he searched the trap, he took like a minute to search it, so I knew there's no shot the other card is Prayers. I still like try to make a move to place around Prayers being set, but when I activated Ritual Spell for Murakumo, I pretty much knew that there's nothing left because I knew both cards in hand and the set had to be a bluff. So I knew if Murakumo resolves, I just go dark, and if it's Prayers, I force it, and then I talents in hand. Yeah. So I just go talent take and it's over. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So a lot of raid back and forth there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So again, congratulations again for the win. You are going to Worlds.
I'm going to Worlds!
Come on! This is your moment. But one step at a time. You are currently a potential European champion.
Yeah.
I hope that you can bring the trophy back and you can be the champion that I know that you really try hard to be, right?
I will give my best.
Yeah, congratulations.
With this time for real.
Congratulations again for the win.
Thank you.
I hope you the best and see you in Paris, man.
Thank you.
We're here at the final World Championship qualifier of the season. But what are people competing for? Well, obviously their place at the World Championship Series. But who's going to be casting? Let's find out. Marcello Barbary, Billy Break,
Tom Payne, Mike Patujas, Alberto Marazzi, Jean-Alexis Rousseau, Ibris Daya, Sebastian Lemka, Leonard Koenig, Takahiro Sasaki, Daisuke Naguma, and your host, Ed Templar.
Thanks, me. That rabbit's been a long way. So, make sure you guys tune in for the World Championship Series because we've got great coverage. And also, we're going to be crowning some world champions. We'll see you there. Welcome back. We have even more of your top 8 rounds coming up here at the EU World Championship qualifier. So we've already found two of the 4 duelists who are going to be making their way to Worlds in that top 4, making their way towards the European champ. But only one of these 2 can make it that far and also go on to maybe become the European champion. So let's introduce your 2 duelists for this feature match. Our blue duelist, Lorenzo Muselli. A big crowd response here. Lorenzo, they love you. You seem very calm and composed. Do you think you can go into this top 4 and make your way to Worlds?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
That's all you need to say. One word. You can have a seat. And then we'll introduce our red duelist, Theodor Mishev. A lot of cheers. You have a lot of fans in the audience. Are you feeling nervous?
A bit, yeah.
Don't worry, it's all going to be fine. If you get through this, you're going to Worlds and you may even be the European champion. I'm going to let you take a seat and then get yourselves ready. So guys, we are going to do a high roll to see who's going to go first. Who would like to roll first? Lorenzo's going to roll first. Oh, and we've lost both the dice. It's been a disaster already. The game's over. Okay, let's try again. That is a 7 for Lorenzo. And for Theodor, we have a 7. Okay, I know how this is going to go. Let's roll again. That is a 10 for Lorenzo. And that is a 7. So, Lorenzo, you're going to go first? Lorenzo is going to go first in this top 8 feature match. Only one of them could go through to Worlds and maybe even become the European champion. But I'm going to hand you over to your commentators who are going to take you through this round, or top 8 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
There are very little moments in Yu-Gi-Oh's history that are so important, that are so exciting, moments that become reality for some people that want to qualify for the World Championship, and those people have that moment right now. They can make it reality.
It's electric in here. The whole venue is filled with players who just want to watch and want to see who is going to advance to top 4, who is going to World Championships in Paris. But I know you guys are excited as we are. Without further ado, let's go to the table. Let's get top 8 started!
Here we go. Of course, we have seen both of these players on the feature match stage before. Lorenzo Muselli, so decorated with multiple national championship titles. And Theodor, kind of a fan favorite by playing that fan favorite deck, the Sky Striker strategy.
I mean, at this moment, in the most important match of the whole tournament, in my opinion, is the decisive match. Who goes to Worlds and who takes the golden ticket for Paris.
And Lorenzo does have the start that he wants. He does have the Vanquish Soul Raisin. So sometimes the Vanquish Soul deck has a bit of an issue with bricking. This one looks very, very nice, though.
Theodor is one of those players who always likes those rogue strategies. YCS Dortmund top 32 with Vanadium previously, so also a duelist who has proven his skills before. And now the question is, because I think you guys are as unprepared for this matchup as we are. Sky Striker versus Vanquish Soul. Which deck grinds better after all? Holy Sue is being special summoned from the hand now on the side of Lorenzo. No more Charmy action on the side of Theodor.
I mean, Sky Striker is one of those decks that, even though you can combo off and establish a very good field, you still are not sure that you are going to win, meaning that they have such a good going second strategy.
Absolutely true indeed, and Theodor is for the moment left waiting, and that also is basically a sign of how good Duelist Advance was for the meta game overall, as both of these decks just are in the spotlight again because of that most recent set and because of those new cards like the Holisu we just see resolving here.
Holisu revealing Dark and Fire, therefore you get to special summon monster from the deck. Heavy Borga, no Jiaolong is being summoned here. I think so far, I don't know if we have seen another Fire attribute. Yep, there is Dogoran, the Mad Flame Kaiju, being another Fire attribute, getting the Surge. Are we going to see a Caesar Valius? Are we going to see maybe Vanquish Soul start, or maybe even Heavy Borga?
We can take different routes here, but Lorenzo, with all those hours of testing, certainly knows the best way to attack this situation. We're searching for Snow Devil directly, which would have absolutely not been the choice that I expected here.
I mean, a very good strategy against Sky Strikers for Lorenzo is probably to keep a resource in hand in order to tag out his main motion zone to play around anchors, and obviously having a Caesar that is cannot be destroyed by card effects on the field.
And also, one more thing, I think Lorenzo might have seen in Theodor's deck that there is Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. But he was on the feature match stage before, once on the backup, then on the main stage, and Lorenzo takes every information that there is out there, and I think we just found the line that is playing around the Ghost Ogre, possibly.
This is just how it goes in top cuts. You get more information about your future opponents. You know who your future opponents might be even when you're playing, which is something that you don't have in Swiss. Pot of Desires, immediate +1, of course. Beautiful pot card, however, can take away your resources. Those pot cards sometimes dangerous. We have seen a Pot of Extravagance that banished triple Rock of the Vanquisher already. What can Desires do?
Yeah, it's not quite Pot of Greed, but the drawing result is the same. But sometimes, as you said, there's those unfortunate banishes. For example, like triple engage could just be possible. It's very unlikely, but it might sometimes happen.
And I mean, for Sky Striker going second, the most important thing is to go as fast as possible to 3 spells in grave in order to have the second effect of each spell.
Yeah, I mean, Pot of Desires is a fantastic start in the Sky Striker strategy. It's of course a little bit weak to Droll and Lockbird, depending on what your hand is, of course. Anchor is being chained to the Jiaolong here.
Ooh, okay, Theodor.
That
does
screams
negate
linkage to me. No, it is not going to happen.
And the 2 cards are being drawn. And we have also enabled now Triple Tactic Frost and Triple Tactic Talons due to Lorenzo activating that Jiaolong. And one question I have for you guys, how good even is that trap card? How good even is that Vanquished Snow Devil against Sky Striker specifically?
I mean, back when Afterburners and Jamming Waves were crazy good, Destruction Protection was pretty strong.
True.
However, I do agree with you. Looking a little bit odd here. On the other hand, Holisu effect, that's pretty strong against Sky Striker, huh?
You're right. Just taking it over. And there is the Triple Tactic Frost I was mentioning. Of course, due to the Jiaolong activating, it is now live. And which card do we desire here? The Pot of Desires was already activated, but now any card in terms of spell cards we want.
I think the answer is obvious most of the time in a Sky Striker deck, to be honest.
If it's still in the deck, are we going to see a Sky Striker Mobilize Engage or Triple Tactic Talents?
Oh, what is going on here? We do take the Black Gold Lofts, and honestly, I think I also smell the same, Leo. It's smelling very polymerization in here, maybe even super polymerization.
That is something that I did not see coming, that the Black Gold Laughs is being added to the hand here. And Theodor is just now looking at Lorenzo like, yeah, you want to do something, or...
Oh, checking whether Lorenzo is ready to do something. Because, I mean, Lorenzo must smell it as well. Why would you search for that Black Gold Lobs? There must be something to discard. And there already is the first Sky Striker Mobilize Engage of this top 8 match. Theodor is a master of drawing this card. He's in love with the Sky Striker deck, has been playing it back and forth, and has this as his most favorite card of all time.
And with 3 spells in grave, the Sky Striker engine starts to pop off really, and we might see again draw engage into engage.
It's just ramped up immediately. Right now your cards are so much stronger. Draw a card, beautiful Quarter Century Sky Striker Mobilize Engage there. Now Theodor, do you have a super polymerization, or what was your plan with the Black Gold Last that you searched out with Triple Tactic Thrust? Another engage! It's engage after engage! But is that enough? The Vanquished Soul deck is so incredibly powerful. The grind potential of this deck is basically endless. Can Sky Striker compete with that? I mean, it's a good start to go engage into engage. Now linkage is being added as well.
Theodor truly is the chosen Sky Striker player, the one that is meant to be, the one that possibly is qualifying to the World Championship, and those engages, they put in all the work for him.
Now it's his first turn. His graveyard is already filled with spell cards, but his hand is even fuller. We have activated Desires for +1, Engage for +1, Engage for +1. Sets a card.
Okay, we send it for linkage as well.
The god who laughs, just imagine.
Could be the case, of course. Maybe. But I mean, still, if you don't win the game this turn, which is also maybe a little unlikely, Lorenzo has 5 cards in hand as well, and has a Kaiju, which is fantastic versus Sky Striker. I just want to mention.
That is true, but honestly, it's so heads up by Theodore. He valued having a send for the linkage higher than actually getting another engage. Or maybe there is another engage waiting, who knows really?
Maybe in order to play Sky Striker, you need to see not only one, not only two, not only three, but many moves ahead. So I believe that he had planned this sequence many moves before.
I also want to mention that on the other featured match, Rosalie has just won game 1 in a Vanquish Soul mirror. Now Sky Striker A0 is summoned to the field and is going to activate immediately.
This is madness, and Lorenzo looks at his trap card. Is that even going to do any work against the Sky Striker deck? Destroying Sky Striker Link monsters never really is that great, and we activate Zero, and Zero is not only able to search for engage from the deck, but it can also be a pseudo Kagari by adding it back from the graveyard as well.
That is crazy. And now Holisu is activating the effect. We have searched for another Widow Anchor on the side of Theodore, if I remember correctly.
Yes, we did. But we can also just use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the effect of it.
All right, now I think that if there is one player who can OTK through a field like this, it might actually be Theodore. Theodore is now checking his graveyard. Are there still 3 spells in there?
The rock effect to special summon from hand.
Yeah.
Uses the effect of that black gold loss in the graveyard. It was all the plan. You're so right, Mike. This seems like he was completely, exactly wanting that.
I mean, playing Sky Striker and going so ahead on the tournament, you have to plan the whole each game and the whole.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is engage number 3. Of course, we added it back from the graveyard. Doesn't make it any less impressive.
We're adding the multi-roll. One of was not banished. We are planning to grind out this Vanquish Soul strategy, or maybe we just have those big power spells that we want to really get through to activate it. Send a card from the field to the graveyard just to be protected from any sort of response. Maneuver is going to send the set card.
What is this? It is another Desires. Of course, we can't activate that anymore this turn, so we may as well. I don't think we want to activate it ever again, this duel even, because our deck is so low in terms of cards even.
You know what? Kagari's getting bigger.
Oh, yes.
And also Lorenzo now doesn't have any response to any spell that Theodore can will activate.
Yeah, Widow Anchor can just keep on taking monsters now if we want, to be honest.
We haven't, look at this, we have gained so much advantage. 5 cards in hand, multi-roll is active, we have a Link monster. Haven't even used Kagari yet. We have gone through triple engage without activating Kagari effect or even summoning it.
And now Theodore activates the Widow Anchor as just explained due to the effect of... Jalan was already negated. That's true. That won't work. Immediately catched by the judges. So instead the target for it is the Holisu. And as we just explained, no way to respond for Lorenzo as the multi-roll did resolve.
Yeah. Judges are checking for potential warnings. Nope, we're just resolving here, Holisu.
Oh, hold on. Theodore is not even sure whether he wants it.
Maybe he's thinking about changing something else also.
Yeah. I mean, true.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
We do have multiple Widow Anchors in our hands, so maybe we just want to take multiple monsters as well here.
So the problem right now for Theodore is that Raisin has been summoned this turn in defense, so he cannot change to attack position. That's why he wanted to take Jialong, who is already in attack, and also the Holy Shoe to also place in attack position. But now I don't know if he's able to OTK through so many monsters that he cannot change to the attack position like Raisin.
And also a little bit of a problem. Now that we're taking those monsters to our side, all of a sudden Lorenzo's trap card, the Snow Devil, does become more appealing. Sure, he's destroying his own monsters technically, but still he's also hindering Theodore from putting up more damage onto the field.
And we still don't have a rain in the graveyard, which is also relevant too.
Very, very, very true. There is now the normal summon of Sky Striker Ace Rose. Not the perfect normal summon you rather want to have, Ray, but I guess it will do.
Oh, and we're now playing in the main monster zone with Zeke here. Zeke is going to banish Rock the Vanquisher. And now Lorenzo is considering. He's like, okay, well, my Snow Devil would destroy this anyway, so I'm fine with that. Just lets it resolve immediately. And now Rose is, of course, going to trigger. Yes, because the extra monster zone was removed from the field.
Very true. That is very heads up by Theodore, getting the link laddering going. Now possible potential for a way into Axis Code Talker, maybe. Sky Striker has always been playing that card. First of all, it is Azalea, though. You're very right, Mike. What are we going after now? Just
probably the
after
trap
the
to
Snow
bait it
Devil.
out before we make access code.
Yeah. The question is now, do you even have triple attribute? Mad Love and Dogoran are just being shown.
That's two
No
attributes.
Earth. No Earth. Earth is missing here, so that's a little bit of damage. It is protection from destruction, but the Azalea and the Zero are going nowhere. Meanwhile, Mad Love is, of course, being summoned as well. You can add another spell trap to your hand.
But I think we have another Widow Anchor, but we've blocked, of course, our main monster zone with the Azalea right now. And I also don't really know how we're getting rid of it, because as far as I remember, the Sky Striker A0, it cannot be used as link material, right? Or is that something I am just... Yeah. That's what I thought. Now Kagari effect.
Probably to engage actually here.
Which one do we want? Is there even targets for engage left and right?
Linkage.
Oh, linkage, okay.
Yeah.
But this one also says that you can't control any monsters in your main monster zone.
Yeah,
you can make an access code.
Widow Anchor instead.
Does he have access code?
Yeah, he does have access code in his extra deck.
Okay.
He does, but...
But I mean, now we're still missing one link marker, right? Because now we can only go to 3.
So, Theodore...
I mean, you can't use 0 as a link marker anyways. I'm missing Lemnis Gate. I'm guessing that Pot of Desires got rid of it.
Possibly. I mean, 10 cards is quite a bit. It's a quarter of your deck, so there must be some cards that you're sacrificing. And that is another linked one, and that is Shizuku now already. Usually a card you're summoning towards the end of your turn. So that is maybe what Theodore is marking here. He is in the end phase now, using the effect of multi-roll. And Lorenzo still has so many monsters left on his side of the field. He must be quite happy here.
Yeah, he's going to be over the moon. This did not look like his game to win. This did not look like he's going to necessarily get another turn, especially since Sky Striker is a strategy that is so well known for just winning games out of nowhere once they get a battle phase. Interesting.
And I think Sky Striker really is one of those decks, as you were already saying it a little bit, that really needs to pre-plan every move you make. You really need to be perfect in execution. You need to be so concrete about every move you make. And I feel like Theodore may have just stumbled a little bit by not chaining the second Widow Anchor early on, because he needed that extra link body, I feel like, to actually keep on going.
Yeah, I think because he wanted to anchor the Jialong, but at this point he has already his effect negated.
Yeah.
So he may be zoned out at the moment.
Could possibly be the case.
And I mean, now the Shizuku is just blocking your own zone there.
That is true in the end phase now.
Widow Anchor is back in the graveyard.
Yes, maybe because only one spell was activated after the roll activation.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, we started off with all the engages, but that is a very correct thing you catch there. That was only one spell. It felt like so many engages, but of course, I feel like the third engage actually was the one that searched for the multi-roll, and then after that, only the Widow Anchor was activated. Completely correct, and therefore that is something that cannot be set back there anymore.
I'm right now, I think... I mean, I've said it multiple times already. Lemnis Gate is such a crazy card to me. I wonder if you're playing a deck with Pot of Desires, if it's correct to only run one Lemnis Gate, because you can lose that card quite fast.
That is true. Okay, so we can only set back one card. And it looks like it is now back onto Lorenzo, or is it?
We're still discussing a little bit. Lorenzo, you can draw the card.
I think maybe they discuss if he's committed to set the first spell that he touched from the graveyard.
Okay.
Right. We are in Lorenzo Muselli's draw phase here. He has a Kaiju for the Zero as well, because of course Zero can be multiple interactions here as well, can tribute itself to special summon out Ray and Rose as well.
A very old-fashioned way to play around Sky Striker.
Oh yes.
Right?
Oh yes, and I mean also, that makes it less painful for Theodore that it actually ended on the monster in the main monster zone, as it was always going to be like that, with the Dogoran of course being public knowledge to both of the players, being revealed for one of the Vanquish Soul effects. Now Vanquish Soul start It looks really good for Lorenzo. Lorenzo is not only playing for his own ticket to the World Championship, I feel like he's playing for all of the Italian community.
Yeah.
Because so far, of course, we have not sent one Italian player to Worlds this year, so he might be the one and only for them.
And if it is only one, then it is probably going to be Lorenzo Muselli. He has been such a star, such a middle piece of the community in Italy for such a long time now. Double national champion, Roland Lockbird now for the turn of Lorenzo Muselli. And now we have an Earth Monster as well. We have the Caesar Velius.
Okay, we put that Dogoran back into our hand through the effect of Mad Love, I imagine.
Yeah.
That must be the case. And Lorenzo, when you see him there in the face cam, he always looks so stoic. He always really looks like he's totally in control, totally in the zone, totally up to date on anything that could happen. And certainly feeling good right now because Theodore is not scaring here too much. He's not showing too much resistance at the moment.
No, I mean, he has a Sky Striker Ace Shizuku in the main monster zone.
Yeah.
That is really not showing any
And soon
kind
enough
of
a Dogoran also.
Yeah.
Because
True.
Dogoran can also can be summoned again. But I think Lorenzo waits for the right moment in order to have a fire in hand to reveal for Vanquish Soul's effect.
Yeah, this is another layer of skill that you need for the Vanquish Soul deck. When are you going to use all of your cards? Because you need to, just like with Sky Striker, plan out everything in advance to know that you can use your effects to the maximum potential.
Both decks require a lot of skill expression, and I think this is a match that we can enjoy a lot, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already great. Like, Theodore has drawn, it felt like 6-7 cards on his turn, and still he wasn't able to overcome what Lorenzo put up. It really is a back and forth. And I think Lorenzo recognizes the fact that it is about controlling, even more so than in other matchups against the Sky Striker matchup, because you just want to make sure that you are always ahead. And therefore, having resources in your hand probably is sometimes more important than having one on the field against Sky Striker specifically.
Yep, especially if the deck doesn't push through your 8,000 life points. So far, Theodore has dealt no damage whatsoever. And if we're looking at the time, this is still game one. We're at 27 minutes left and a few seconds. So if you're playing a match that goes into timeout, you don't want to play versus Vanquish Soul.
That is very true. I mean, both of the decks having their options to modify life points, with, of course, the Sky Striker strategy also having Kaina famously. But the Borger is doing a bit more damage than the Kaina can gain, really.
I was going to say Kaina is kind of doing less than Borger, because Borger is doing heavy damage. Now Caesar Velius was activated, the linkage destroyed, on resolve was banished here as well. We know that Theodore has linkage follow-up in hand because of Shizuku. Holly Sue is being activated now. And, I mean, you don't need to Kaiju this card if you can just steal it, right?
You can Kaiju and then steal.
Yeah, true. You can just double the attack of the monster.
Yes.
That is true. Theodore thinking now, of course. Okay, we are in the battle phase now all of a sudden. There's quite a few spell cards, honestly, in the graveyard, so I don't even know how much damage that is going to be, but there's still Jiaolong, Holisu come in.
And there is no Ray on the graveyard also, which is very important.
That is not going to be game immediately on the spot, but I think it might be getting us possibly into Borger range here.
If he's under 3,000, for sure.
I mean, this dealt 900 damage, then Jiaolong does a little bit over 2,000, and Holisu is only at 500 attack points. Very, very weak for a level 5 monster. Maybe you should not play this card. But this is still out of double Borger range.
Deck building advices by Leland Koenig, always the best ones to get.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that is not just yet the double Borger effect range. So we would even survive a Borger to come down here to activate its effect on this turn and on the follow-up turn. So Theodore may be feeling okay here, really.
Can you somehow recycle the Snow Devil to deal some extra damage? Because this card also burns for a lot. Now we're still having a conversation, a lively conversation with the judges, which is, I think, in a match of this important, absolutely understandable.
That is very true.
Theodore is now still contemplating. I mean, I think he's probably very happy in this spot that he got a turn. This looks like a pass. Lorenzo gave him the play.
And roll cannot be activated this turn since Theodore didn't activate Engage since he had a monster in the main monster zone. and the second rock obviously comes back from the Zika's effect.
You know what? I think I picked up on something just there. We got that Dogoran into our hands so handily, but now thinking about Dr. Madlov, Dr. Madlov can only give the monster to the hand with the lowest defense, and Shizuku is not only reducing attack points, but also defense points, and therefore I think Lorenzo, with activating the effect of Dr. Madlov, actually, when we think about it here completely in detail, you would have to give one of your own monsters back into the hand, I feel like. Because the Dogoran wasn't the monster with the lowest defense. And I think that is what they're currently trying to figure out as well. So I feel like for a very short moment, let's bring it over to us here and let's see how this situation is developing, because I feel like that is what is being discussed currently at the table, because we need to rewind that there. I mean, honestly, I never thought that Shizuku does that. I was always sure it was only attack points, but it is attack and defense points indeed.
Yeah, that is something that I haven't really seen coming to this. That's also a lot to rewind, because the entire turn was also...
True.
Was Dogoran the Mad Flame Kaiju revealed during that turn? I feel like you could have also revealed Razin, so it doesn't make a big difference.
Probably not, yeah, you're right.
We got Razin back into the hand somewhere, but it would have been crazy important if the Kaiju was used on the opposing side, bounced back to hand, and then revealed as a crucial part of an effect.
Yeah. And I mean, right now, there is a very huge chance that since Lorenzo might actually need to bounce back one of his monsters, he maybe have an easier to kill line, because, for example, cannot summon again Madlov or Holy Su, for example.
That would be hilarious if this actually helps him out, I'm not gonna lie. But also, it's such a niche situation in general, right? Like, both players didn't recognize it. Also, we took a moment to even figure it out. That is something that really doesn't happen that often. And not gonna lie, Shizuku on the field, it has been a while. It has been a while that this card was so impactful. But here, that attack and defense reduction is very important.
I mean, that's oftentimes not really even a thing in Sky Strikers nowadays anymore, because you sometimes just end on linkage, send away the Shizuku, and then summon a 0. So there is a lot of different things that have to come together to check if Madlov's defense was lower than Dogoran on your opposing side.
But I mean,
crazy.
You have so many skill expression of this matchup that it's crazy how many things you have to keep the things on, right?
It's
I mean,
very hard to follow this.
It is.
You have the Vanquish Soul that the player needs to think of the attributes in hand, the placement of each monster. For example, it's also relevant where Dogoran will be summoned in order to be puffed with Raisin potentially. And obviously the Sky Striker, as we mentioned before, that he needs to think a lot of moves ahead.
Agreed.
Definitely. But I mean, we want to make sure that everything goes according to plan here, and that important of a match, therefore only understandable that we are rewinding this situation currently to the point where the effect of Dr. Madlov was activated. So bear with us. We're going to be big with the match in just a moment. Don't worry about it. We're going to see all the gameplay. And again, of course, Leo did a small update in between. It looked like Rosalia was winning that first game on the other top 8 match. Another ticket for Worlds up for grabs. And they are currently really, really deep into the second game already. And it looks like it's going back and forth there, as we have it here also on display in the main hall, actually. I love that the players here, the viewers, everyone can see both matches at the same time.
We have 2 screens.
Yes.
We have 2 screens, and one of them is showing the backup featured match, and one of them is showing the main featured match that you can see at home as well. And Rosalie, I mean, both of these duelists were incredibly confident, right?
Yes, they were, but you know who's also confident? Judges and players on the main featured match, because we have rewinded the situation, so no time to be wasted anymore. Back to the table we go. There we have them. And yep, the Madlov now is back onto the field. The Dogoran stayed on the field, of course, as it wasn't the monster with the lowest defense. But now everything fixed and everything ready to go again. So the Dr. Madlov also going back to the hand now. And the Caesar Valius can come to the field.
And defense position. So now it is going to activate Holy Su, Razin, and Heavy Borga revealed. I think for the next events with Vanquish Soul, I'm going to bring a notepad. Ooh. We're going immediately into the battle phase attack over the Shizuku with Jiaolong here.
There's no way. There's no way this Jiaolong is big enough, right? Apparently it is. Okay. I mean, a couple of our spell cards were banished, but really, is it that small? There's That is ludicrous to me to even imagine.
I mean, Xiaolong has 2,400. And there is a possibility that it's just 8 spells, right?
Yeah, I mean, must be. We see the damage. It was actually, okay, even 300 points of damage, meaning it was only 6 spells, 7. I'm bad at math, really.
Yeah, fair enough. But now the thing is, there is a Kaiju in the main monster zone. It's not even the situation anymore where you just had a Shizuku or an empty field. This is actually the first problem that you need to address if you're Theodore.
Wait, we're passing it over. Yeah. This is, again, another turn for Theodore, and he didn't even take that much damage, and he starts with his turn with a gifted monster from Lorenzo with that Dogoran in his main monster zone. Still, of course, blocking the SAT card that we have there. I think the SAT card is Linkage, right?
Exactly, but you cannot reactivate it as well because Dogoran is on the main monster zone.
Of course.
And Theodore scoops it up, I think. Lorenzo Moselli wins game 1 here. The crowd goes crazy. All of the Italians really rooting for Lorenzo because they want to send someone to the WCS in Paris. And now Theodore on the back foot had a phenomenal first turn there, but just didn't quite get through the field of the Vanquish Soul deck.
That is true, and I mean, for Lorenzo specifically, we talked about revenge arcs for the playoff players that we had on Friday. For Lorenzo, it's even a revenge for not being in the playoffs because he was in 17th place on the leaderboard, barely missing out on the playoff on the Friday, but now still brought in fantastic and well thought through deck here into the main event, and he still now is trying to get his ticket,
and we have so many nice and wonderful stories regarding these 3 days, meaning that, but you know that went undefeated and went to the world. We had obviously Lorenzo that he went 17 and now he's a world championship participant potentially.
Yes.
And I really want to see if those stories will keep growing and keep experiencing.
Also, Yuna got her first major top now as well.
Finally.
Managed to get into the top 64. But also, Tom Kleinegräber, a player. We have just seen this the last time, a player who has been in so many finals, always in this last match before Glory. He lost, and then now finally
he redeemed himself.
Going second in the last game in the Raisiel Mitsurugi mirror match. So well played, fought his way through it, and is now going deservedly to the World Championships in Paris. I'm so proud of him.
And I had the honor to do the interview with him, and I can tell you that it meant a lot to be in the World Championship.
Honestly, talking about the World Championship so much, why do we have to wait so long for it? I wanted it to be next week, honestly. Like, I'm so in the zone, I'm so hyped up in terms of emotion right now. Okay, let's start tomorrow, really. But just like 3 days of straight Yu-Gi-Oh! Action, so let's just continue immediately, right? That would be the best. And I mean, we are now with the European World Championship qualifier. We are the last ones actually to gather our players to the World Championship because all the other regions have already had the qualifier. So basically, the field for the World Championship is already almost finished, only missing the 4 remaining players. That actually only missing 2 players at this point because, of course, the other top 8 matches were already played. So we shall see who is it going to be. The last players to qualify, but maybe they're going to be the first ones on the leaderboard then when it comes to the World Championship.
And now in this matchup, we're going to see who is it going to be next. Is it going to be Sky Striker Ace Theodore? Or is it going to be Lorenzo Moselli, the Italian superstar, the Italian Yu-Gi-Oh! Star? Oh, goodness gracious.
It is one of the most prestigious players we have in Europe, and he needs that title, he needs that ticket, and he is on now. Game number 2 coming your way here. And a couple months back, it would always be obvious that Sky Strikers would be going second. But now with the modern version, with the new support cards, I do really feel like, and Theodore agrees, it is more of the going first deck again. And we start off here with reinforcement of the army, reinforcing ourselves into Sky Striker Ace Ray. But a huge cheer is going on in the crowd because Roll and Lockbird comes down from Lorenzo.
And I want to see right now if Theodore can extend through Roll, because his plan obviously is to make Sky Striker Ace 0 and pack with a couple of anchors maybe.
I mean, normal summon Sky Striker Ace Ray. eventually are going to link it away. Kind of looked like activating the effect as well.
He did, because we are going into zero.
That makes total sense, because this is already an interruption on the opposing turn.
Okay. That is triple tactics thrust. Could send the black gold loves, or maybe we have something even better from our side deck. There is in his side deck a dimensional barrier, but that card is just so bad against Vanquish Soul. Another reason why Vanquish Soul shines at the moment, and therefore it will be the more generic card. It will be that black gold loves.
I mean, back in the day when Malice didn't exist, Vanquish Soul always played Dimension Shifter because it was a dark monster, which is good, but also because it stopped so many decks. We set another card on the side of Theodor, and he is going to pass it over to Lorenzo.
That is not an amazing amount of cards, and Lorenzo gets even more cards with activating that pot of extravagance. Such a good card. He explained earlier in his interview in the analysis corner, this card is so important to the Vanquish Soul strategy, and gives him more cards here and now.
That is 6 cards, and Droll and Lockbird now also on the side of Theodor.
Returning
looking strong.
I mean, it's only fair that when your opponent draws, you also have a draw.
Yes.
This is the top 8 of Euros, and nobody searches here. Theodor is just now waiting for
but
any
they search for the golden
Lorenzo.
tickets to Walls.
That's true. That's true, but will any of them find it? I'm not too sure at the moment, because now under Droll and Lockbird, after a pot of extravagance, there is a big problem for the Vanquish Soul deck, and that is that basically your normal summons, they don't add you another card. And if they get destroyed before they can go into the Rock of the Vanquisher, this could be problematic.
That is Dr. Madlove, who is really mad, but it's not searching anything right now, so that almost looks like a friendly Madlove. So that is probably going to be the reason. Like, we'll probably not... Oh, is this going to be... Wait, we did only summon once from the extra deck, so this would just be the Rock of the Vanquisher. But do you remember the feature match from Joshua Schmidt we had earlier, which was just banishing all 3 Rock of the Vanquisher from the extra deck?
And Rosalie actually already qualified for the World Championships, I've just heard. So we have another contender here from Europe, from Norway, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Very, very strong stuff in the Vanquish Soul mirror. She was the one coming out on top. And that means this match that we're witnessing here right now is the last one that needs to be determined. The last one where we find out who is going to the World Championship as well. The last golden ticket, as we like to call it.
I really want to see where Theodor will choose to activate Zero, since a potential anchor will not be able to activate later. So he needs to set up his defenses properly and activate any gate or destroy the correct cards.
I'm quite curious as to what Lorenzo's plan is. Right now, I can understand if Theodor doesn't want to activate Sky Striker Ace 0, because usually, yes, great target for destruction, these Vanquish Soul start, but right now you can't search anything. Dr. Madlove is attacking the 0 now.
I mean, activating the Vanquish Soul start, of course, was quite smart, because we can just protect from the destruction effect of the 0, of course, because we can just reveal a Vanquish Soul monster in our hand instead of it being destroyed.
And
so that's kind of cool.
you can trigger Jiaolong from hand.
Yeah, I feel like that might be what we're up to here. Lorenzo is in the battle phase. Reveals a Dr. Madlove, though, for it.
And that's fine, just taking a little bit of damage here as well. Now, we're chilling.
Oh, wait. Does that mean we want to go into possibly Vanquish Soul Rocks in the main phase too? Because we did now, in fact, attack with a Vanquish Soul monster. And sure, we all always think about the Zeus, which needs an Exceed monster to battle, but of course there is another new introduction to the Vanquish Soul theme, and that is also an Exceed monster, being the Vanquish Soul Rocks, which now hits the field.
And this one can now force out Sky Striker Ace 0, because Vanquish Soul Rocks gets rid of a card.
Ah, that is only if you used an Earth monster, though. But instead, we did use the Dr. Madlove, which is a Dark monster. So I think this effect actually is not as relevant, is it? Because I think it's only reducing attack points, or what was it again?
800 attack points.
So I'm curious about that, why this card is even in this very moment better, quote-unquote, than the Dr. Madlove.
Yeah, also wondering that.
I mean, I thought the Droll and Lockbird for the Sky Striker deck was such a tough thing to see. But now equally so. I feel like that draw on Lockbird for Lorenzo was maybe even harder.
If it hits the right card, right? Because if it is on after normal summon of Resin, oh, that is just a pass here for Lorenzo. Sky Striker A0 is not even activated later on as well, just keeps it on the field, can just do it now offensively, get rid of Vanquish Soul, Rock Special Summon out to monsters. Yep, it's immediately activated here. We want Ray, we want Rose. Theodore is just accessing his deck right now. This is looking very, very good for our Sky Striker player.
So the draw and lock war that we just experienced have shown us that both decks struggle a little bit at the draw, and that's why Lorenzo passed with Rocks and start, and now Theodore can really pop off and play with his Sky Striker monster.
And honestly, the Vanquish Soul Rocks is weird for multiple reasons, because now also with it being an Exceed monster, you can't really do anything with it. You can't really get it back into your hand for Bogger, for Caesar Valiers or anything like that. It can get banished by a Zeke, of course, though, and that is what is going to happen here.
And it's really good at getting banished by Zeke.
Yeah, perfectly executed there by both players. And now Zeke, Lorenzo thinking about something here maybe.
He still has 4 cards in hand. The question is, what can he do with those 4? Zeke probably going into something like a Hayate, trying to set up perhaps an OTK if you find something like Linkage in your hand. Fuwalas is being activated.
Okay, okay. We have now an empty field, so that gives Lorenzo the room to do that. And that makes Theodore now question his moves. Do we even want to summon any Sky Striker Link monsters now? Or is it just too costly of a thing to do?
To be honest, at this point, you just take the challenge.
Ooh, okay. Shark Cannon going after the Dr. Madlov. That's not free spell cards in the graveyard just yet, so we're just banishing, right?
No, they are free.
Now it is free, I think. What are the three? We have Reinforcement of the Army. We now... Oh,
Thrust.
okay, the Thrust.
also.
Yeah, but that's 2, and now it is the third.
Yeah,
okay.
Theodore is just going for the big plays here. Sky Striker, mobilize, engage. Can you set up enough interruptions? Looking for an anchor here. So I think this smells like an attack set 1 pass play. Does not look like he wants to commit into the Fuwalos.
Hold on, Leo, though. Before that, let's just draw another engage, right? Engage into engage is what we're planning beforehand. Theodore, come on. You're able to do it. That was always the plan. Okay, okay. What are we going for? We're going for Kagari. Lorenzo quickly drawing his card here. Wants that engage, but it is gone with DD Crow.
DD
so now,
Crow taking away the engage, but that's a 1-for-1 trade, right? Because the Crow, it's also a dark monster that is no longer in Lorenzo's hand. Even though he has another Mad Love, if I remember correctly.
There should be another one. Yep, we did reveal that for our field spell for Vanquish Soul start. Theodore, do you have another engage? Nope, that is multi-roll. Sets another card. What could that be?
Probably the anchor.
Oh, I mean, and also let's not forget, the Black Gold Loves is still set on the field there. So Theodore, with the anchor and the Black Gold Loves, honestly looks pretty comfortable here.
Is Theodore really considering to give up a draw for a Shizuku to add something in the end phase?
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen that Shizuku can also be 0 or an anchor potentially.
Biggest Mad Love counter. But if you're going to search linkage and go into 0 now, then that's even more draws. This is really giving a player like Lorenzo Muselli ways to find himself into the game. No, the engage was banished before, so you can add 1 now with Shizuku.
The pressure can really be felt. There's so many people watching right now. Still, the venue is completely silent because everyone is just looking at that screen. It's just feeling with Theodore and Lorenzo as they're playing the match of their lifetime.
I wonder why he didn't do the old Sky Striker play that he had anchor activated to Shizuku and set it up with roll.
I think he feels pretty safe in his role as the player probably won't get OTK'd this turn. It has a engage setup.
And get follow-up.
I can definitely understand your motion.
I think Lorenzo just announced that he's not using the effect of Dr. Madlove. We already went for the field spell, and of course the trap card, the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, could possibly be a card you side out going second. Yeah. And especially also in general against the Sky Striker deck, not too strong of a card to have in the first place. Now we activate. Okay.
The effect of Madlove.
Yes, and then we follow it up with the Jalong activation in hand.
Yep. And now Theodore says, wait, hold up, just announce the effect activation first. Maybe I want to activate something. And he's going to go for the black gold gloves. No Jiaolong for Lorenzo Muselli this turn.
That is huge. This card is actually really good. We were thinking about whether he has specific options for the Vanquish Soul matchup, but honestly, that card is pretty decent on its own. It doesn't need to be that specific. And there now is the Typhon, which Theodore allowed because he decided to summon from the extra deck multiple times.
I think that, I mean, there is Widow Anchor, and you're going to activate it immediately to just stop the Typhon effect from bouncing. You know your opponent is not going to summon anymore this turn, and you're going to get that card back with the multi-roll.
Okay, now in the end phase, the Vanquish Soul Rocks comes back, and of course the Typhon as well. Typhon in general, not really a card that is giving the Sky Striker deck too many headaches, because the monsters are usually rather small.
Unless you get a really big Kagari, but this feels like Sky Striker peak gameplay. Mobilize Engage is being activated again. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is the answer.
And we could have countered that by activating the effect of multi-roll beforehand, but Theodore wanted to immediately activate his most favorite card in the world, and therefore maybe forgot about even that card being on his side of the field.
But I mean, we have Kagari anyways, right?
Yeah, but he has revealed DD Crow.
Oh, DD Crow, Engage number 2 is banished now! And the grind game of Theodore's deck may have been significantly hurt here.
The thing is that Engage is, of course, a fantastic card, but it doesn't change the way your deck plays, because you can still access all of your other cards.
Okay, Widow Anchor, we're taking control of the Typhon. Attacking over Vanquish Soul Rocks, and Kagari goes in for some further damage, but this game will keep on going.
This is not game yet, and Theodore is just right now thinking, why can't I just simply win this game against Lorenzo Muselli, the Italian powerhouse who just stays in there. He is just so incredibly resilient.
Yep, it is really an even duel here between the two. One move back and forth between each of them, but turn will certainly go back to Lorenzo very shortly.
He has used Zeke, he has... Oh, what are we going to go into now? Going to find another Shizuku no Hayate here, which makes sense, I guess. You can just use the effect if you're getting attacked, unless we have something else planned here for Lorenzo.
Potential Rose maybe on hand.
Oh, now the multi-roll on the Typhon. Of course, we don't want to give that card back. That could have possibly been the first action we could have done on the entire turn, and that would have been it. That would have been nicer because we activated, or we could have resolved the two engages there.
I mean, only one. The other one was Kagari, and then it was banished by DD Crow.
Look at that, nothing to set back with the multi-roll. Now, all the opportunities for Lorenzo, and he finds a reinforcement of the army on the top, gets the Raisin, but gets drolled again.
Another answer from Theodore. This is so back and forth, Lorenzo. Now, with the decision, will I try to attack over this Hayate? You give your opponent one more mill. It's more resources for multi-roll in the graveyard. And there should still be Ray in there, right?
Yeah, I think it's already Ray in the graveyard, to be honest.
This game really so close. No real way to tell who's going to come out on top.
I mean, you still normal summon Raisin and go into Rock of the Vanquisher, right?
Almost certainly, I would agree. There is the Raisin, doesn't even bother about the column that Hayate is in, because we really don't want to destroy it. Reveal for the effect of Raisin, of course. That's not the searching effect, but the other effect to protect itself.
And only 6.5 minutes left in the game.
Oh, wow.
That is true. Okay, going for the graveyard. Checking things out here. Maybe checking what kind of cards could be added back with a possible rock, but... Oh, what is Theodore planning here?
I think he might have Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit here and thinks about using
his hand is drawing us, so you have to...
It is Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit being chained to the Raisin.
This is taking away the Rock of the Vanquisher, but you can still summon out the Jiaolong. You can go for some damage or just go into the Rock of the Vanquisher here. I mean, I don't know if I would want to attack over the Hayate at this point.
It's probably not something that feels very well. On the other hand, Theodore has shown that there is not many Sky Striker monsters even left in his extra deck, but one that is definitely still in there is a second copy, of course, of a Zero, which is a scary card to face, really, in this game state that we're in currently.
And can be accessed through Sky Striker Ace Ray.
Yeah.
Hayate is now going to mill either another copy of Ray or maybe something that you can add back with your Kagari. Adds back
And engage,
the anchor.
maybe to have summon Ray and make Kagari and to take engage back.
True, okay, Ray back onto the field.
Ultimate rare, Sky Striker Ace Ray.
And that looks like a pass. In the end phase, of course, Theodore being quickly about it, goes ahead, brings out the wonderful Sky Striker A0, and that is the game for Theodore. We're scooping it up. We're going into a third game here. No winner found just yet, and we have Sky Striker still being absolutely in contention here.
But Sky Striker will need some hand traps against Vanquish Soul. We are so close to time out. And of course, there is a card that is called Vanquish Soul Heavy Borga that deals damage for fun.
And I mean, would you expect less from a match that gives you the tickets to the World Championship? All the time, it's back and forth. You never know who's going to win. And I really love how the interactions are very different from each deck's normal strategy.
It's all you could ever ask for. I don't know how the two are feeling about it. I think they would have been pretty fine with a quick 2-0 victory, but instead they really have to go back in here for a third game. A real duel between the two titans here. Honestly, at this point, it is already such a big accomplishment getting top 8 at the European Championship. So I want to call Theodore a titan as well already, to be honest.
And we have addressed it time and time again. Lorenzo Moselli said it as well. Sometimes Vanquish Soul has consistency issues. Could this be another case of a Vanquish Soul player bricking? We have seen this on stream before. No place, no access to the resin immediately.
Did you just gave the card for game 3, I believe?
It feels like every game 3 we watch sometimes, or every now and then we had it that they were just bricking going first because you're just bringing in more cards to support your going first strategy. And that is not necessarily always engine. It can also be cards like Solemn Strike, Triple Tactic Thrust. And when you then just only draw these cards but no engine cards, it can be a little bit iffy, really.
However, don't forget, there are only 3 minutes left, and Vanquish go first.
Yeah, and if the deck can play, there is a very high chance that it is going to deal damage on the first turn. The deck can't play, normal summon Ray would suffice, just saying.
It would. There is. Let me just check whether there actually is Kaina in his extra deck, but of course, yes, it is. So if it gets to Theodore, there's multiple ways. I mean, Kaina being one of them, but also just Hayate attacking directly is surely a sufficient way to deal quick damage too. And I mean, it's actually as much damage as a Borger does. But the Borger, of course, when we get to the turn of Theodore, if it does happen, could activate its effect twice even. So we shall see whether that is going to be enough. We shall see how this third game really is going to develop. Is Lorenzo Moselli really going to the World Championship for Italy? Or is Theodor Mishev the third German we're going to send?
We will see very soon. The players have drawn their cards. They are ready for this final decisive game of who goes to the World Championships in Paris. Let's go over to the table for game 3. And 30 seconds left remaining. Lorenzo Moselli is starting up the game.
And that is the most important game of their lives so far. It all comes down to this very game. And that is a Holly Sue start from Lorenzo, which is very, very, very strong. So we did not break at the very least now.
Speaking for consistency issues, I think that Holly Sue is one of the best starters of the deck.
Okay, and we reveal Dogo Ran and also another attribute to make sure we get to special summon here. So we just kept the Dogo Ran in the deck to have as many attributes as possible to reveal.
Dogoran and Dr. Madlove as well. So there is a normal summon. Resin is being activated. Theodore just nods here. He might have Joel Lockbird. And the Heavy Borga is being summoned immediately. Lorenzo is not joking around here. He just wants this big monster to deal some damage.
And he also needs to find Earth attribute in order to the Borger be able to do some
You can
damage.
bounce the Holly Sue.
Yeah.
That works like a charm indeed. We do go for Dr. Madlove, Vanquish Soul start. Not even Jordan Lockbird this time around for Theodore. So Lorenzo really free to do whatever he likes. Free to create his own path to the World Championship.
And I mean, there's only 1 minute left in the time. So I really believe that Borger may actually play a huge role right now.
Yep, there is even the possibility to go for a rare rank 4 exceeds on the side of Lorenzo. No, bounces back The Dr. Madlov activates active heavy bogger. Theodor has no answer, takes 1,500 damage. Nuts looks a little bit defeated, but there is still a few seconds left on the clock. Lorenzo Muselli still can't play. He's going to go to the end phase.
Okay, Theodor does have some time. 40 seconds, we need Sky Striker speed now. Can he do it? We're going into the main phase so quickly. Come on, Theodor. There is one engage. We need to resolve this quickly, though.
Can engage resolve, or does Lorenzo have Ash? He's going to activate heavy bogger again. Is going to deal another bit of damage. Writes down the 1,500. Theodor nods. Will resolve his Sky Striker multi-roll. It's 15 seconds left remaining here. This has to be the fastest Sky Striker turn in the history of the game.
Okay, now the triple tactic thrust. What could that be? What are we trying to get with that? Harpiest Feather Duster. Okay, we want to make it as easy as possible. Surely we're going to chain the Snow Devil. Yup.
Even more damage. Lorenzo looks for another response. Theodor is sighing right here. Shows 1, 2, 3 attributes. That is so much damage, and there is a fist bump. Lorenzo Muselli goes to the World Championships in Paris. Finally, after so many big events, after 2 national wins, countless YCS and Eurostops, he has made it to the World Championship.
He has worked so incredibly hard for this, and you could really tell all the pressure falling off of him here, sinking into his chair, realizing what he just did, and the entirety of the Italian community and even more people here in the venue are applauding for him. You just got to give it to him. He is one of the stars we have in our community, so he will be a worthy representative at the World Championship.
I really love the fact that he stayed focused the whole time. He didn't give away any motion. He just was zoning in all the time until the final whistle and the game that actually gave him the golden ticket to Paris.
Yeah. Incredible. We have... What is happening at this European Championship? Because we are sending Titans over.
Wow. We are definitely going to be a factor at the World Championship in the TCG division. That is for sure. We got some real big contenders. And as I said, I want to have it tomorrow. Like, this tournament shall be quicker, but it will be, of course, at the end of August, where we are going to see Lorenzo Muselli again, representing Europe, representing Italy in that world jersey. It will be marvelous, I can only imagine.
And this is, of course, a very deserved performance. He has been one of the people to get it for years now, and it is finally a dream come true for him. And Theodor, of course, well played, getting this far in the tournament with his favorite strategy, with Sky Striker, is a massive accomplishment. Congratulations.
I mean, bringing Sky Striker to the European Championship and still making to the top 8, which is a huge accomplishment. It means that you really planned the whole tournament, really planned every move until you reach this stage. And I think that the people can admire him and actually contest with Sky Striker in the potential new events.
Definitely. I think he was inspiration to so many Sky Striker fans at home.
To me as well.
I saw a lot of people in chat were really rooting for him. We're saying, yes, let's go. I love Sky Striker Ace Ray. I want to see Theodor make it all the way. And indeed, in the end, he almost made it all the way. But Lorenzo is quite the one to be stopped by. And you hear the cheers in the back. The Italian community is rooting for their new world representative, for Lorenzo Muselli.
And he's a successor of many big Italian names. For example, like a Marcello Barberi, who is joining us on these streams, of course. Italians have had good records. I think we even had, in 2003, an Italian world champion.
Oh, really?
I don't remember the name. But I saw him at a tournament once when I was 7 years old, I think.
Maybe.
Might have been 8.
Yeah, no, but now that we're in 2025, this ain't over just yet, of course. We have found our 4 players to go to the World Championship, but of course we still need to play down to an eventual winner, because that nice trophy and that prestigious title of being the European champion is, of course, what they're now aiming for. A lot of pressure is falling off, but still one more goal on their mind, and that is the title. But for now, let's hear it from the relieved Lorenzo Muselli in the analysis corner with Alberto, so let's go over there.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Lorenzo Muselli. Well, what can I say? You made it. Congratulations.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. It was my dream, and now I have to thank one person that is not here, that is Stefano Memoli, that every turn, all the weekend support me, and he's my idol, and I think he's very proud of what I made just now.
And I think we are all proud of you as a nation, because you will be representing Italy at the World Championship. Congratulations. I can imagine how emotions would have been at the table. I mean, you have an experienced player, you know, with back-to-back Italian national championship win, but how does it feel?
But you can have all the experience in the world, but the game for the world is different from any other game.
And
probably I made some mistakes, I don't know, but
that's how the game is made for.
I don't care.
The result is what matters. I just want to show you some highlights here, just to show you, because basically, essentially, in game one, you had a very good hand, I have to say, but then he had triple engage.
Yes.
So.
In that case, I have to survive.
Yeah.
I have to survive and win the other turn because I have Dogoran in hand. Probably he banished the talent with desire, in my opinion.
Yeah, because he kept looking at the banished pile. No?
I had to show him the Dogoran for the attribute. So my fear was that with Trust, he grabs talents and took out the Dogoran. But I mean, he starts with triple engage Trust.
No, exactly, especially because now I want to show you in the next highlight, essentially here. There's the Dogoran that was summoned and the Gotlavs that was previously used. But I think at this point, it just, I think you realize that you might have won this.
Yeah, no? I played Sky Striker before, so I know that is really, it's not easy win against Sky.
It's a grind match, right?
Yeah.
So you really need to understand where to use your resources. And I think also the Dogoran in the main deck was what saved you, essentially. No?
Yeah.
And game 2, I think it was a bit weird because it was very long. And I just have one highlight for you that I want to show you, because I think it was a point where it was a turning point for Theodore, which was this one, essentially.
Yeah.
Because I think there was a moment in which maybe you might have understood, okay, let me just try if I can still stay in this, but you were under, right?
Yeah, I banished all the 3 rocks with Extravagance. And I had 2 Medlov with the Fear spell. And like Droll and Lockbird, I drew Fuvalos and double DD Crow. I had nothing, but I had to try to.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, because this was all far from over, especially because it takes some time sometimes for Sky Striker to close this out. And entering into game 3, I have essentially 2 highlights, because it was 2 minutes remaining on the round. When there's no Droll and Lockbird, what are your thoughts?
Against Droll Lock, I could have set up also Borger, because my hand was strong enough to set up Borger. Because with Razen I had Borger and I had the attributes in hand.
Yeah.
But he had no Droll, no Ogre for my Fear spell, so it was
exactly.
Really
there was literally nothing, and for the last highlight, I just want to show you. Yeah, I mean the Borger here just making the difference, and I mean, what can I say? You're going to the World Championship, so I mean. Congratulations. I know you well. I know that now you really will try to win this one out.
I want to win.
I was sure about it, because one dream has been achieved, and 2 more. So hopefully we will see you again on screen. Congratulations once again. Lorenzo Muselli will be representing Italy at the World Championship in Paris. Don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon with the semi-final for the EU WCQ here in Berlin. Keep watching.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the EUWCQ. Now, before we get into our top 4 semi-final feature match, we've got a little announcement. Our 300th YCSs. Make sure you guys keep an eye out for information for you and find out how you can register. But that's all in the future. Right now, we have our semi-final here for the EU World Championship qualifier. So let's introduce your 2 duelists. Your blue duelist, Johannes Bauer! Oh, Johannes, come here. I've got to talk to you first. So, you've secured your place at the World Championship Series. How does that feel?
Pretty good, yeah.
That's a pretty chilled response. Are you trying to just keep mellow for this semi-final?
It's a bit much, yeah.
A bit much? Well, I'm going to let you take a seat and relax your way into this. And then next up, we have Rosalie Angelica! Now, you've also secured your place at the World Championship Series. How do you feel?
I mean, I'm kind of blown away. I never expected to get this far, but super cool. Happy to go to Worlds.
And the Norwegian representation also very exciting.
I mean, 100% conversion rate. Let's go.
That's brilliant. And do you think you can go all the way to become a European champion as well?
If I draw good enough cards, yeah. If you draw good enough cards, you can do anything.
Well, fingers crossed you can have your seat, and we'll go and do our high roll. Who would like to roll first? Johannes is going to roll first. Okay, a 7. And for Rosalie, we have a 10. Are you going to go first? Rosalie is going to go first, so let's go over to your commentators and let's go through this semi-final feature match!
If you draw good enough cards, you can do anything. The story of all of the weekends of Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course. Rosalie versus Johannes, two now Titans, legends of the game, because anyone who qualifies for the World Championships is an absolute legend.
Yeah, there's a big book where you get to put your name in, and now you're part of the history of the game, of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. And yeah, I mean, Rosalie said it. It is such a great feeling. I'm going to Worlds. 100% conversion rate. At least from the top of my mind, I cannot recall anyone ever qualifying from Norway ever to the World Championship. So that may as well be the first time where this country is represented, which is so cool to see.
Yeah. And I mean, both of the players enter a very small group of that have attended all, which is a huge and the biggest accomplishment of every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player.
It is. It very much is.
And now they're off to maybe winning the European Championship as well, getting the biggest title of Europe. So let's waste no further time and go right to the table.
Only for roughly 1.5 more hours, Esteban Reyes, the reigning European champion. 4 players now, though, on their journey to dethrone him. And we see 2 of them duel against each other here in this one.
I'm quite excited that we're sending 2 more Germans to the World Championships as well. And of course, Rosalie and Lorenzo are also super epic. A start with the Dr. Madlove here from Rosalie. And the semi-finals of the European Championship, when everyone has secured their ticket to Worlds, is always a little bit funny to me, because never before you have seen so many smiling faces after losing games or breaking. Everyone is just already over the moon to have accomplished this crazy, crazy thing.
Totally.
But now it's time to win.
Which is your most favorite moment of a top 4 match? I think, I gotta say, it probably was the Yoho Ahn one, where he just was super happy about getting Happy's Feather Dustered by Jessica Robinson there, and not really being any part of that top 4 match, because he knew, and both of these 2 also know, that they already have the most important thing from this weekend secured.
And I mean, at this moment, all of the 4 players play way more, convenient and know exactly what they are doing and don't have the pressure on them since they already have been qualified for the World Championship. But of course, they're still in the tournament, they're still in the game, and they need to secure that beautiful trophy of the European champion.
Ooh, we do set the Vanquish Snow Devil, and that's always an indicator that we find ourselves in the end phase. But now after that, we could still just activate the effect of Holisu. I like this because we're playing around Nibiru, and in the end phase, I would assume this could very well be a Borger here, because that Borger then can immediately after also draws another card there in the end phase.
Or a Resin.
Or the Borger.
Or the Borger.
But you're right, it could have also been Resin, but yeah. Interestingly enough, we don't go for that though. We reveal Impulse and Ash Plus. That's two cards that are really, really good on Johannes' turn. And we are now going to resolve the effect of Jalong, bringing us Caesar Valius. This is such an importantly good setup for Roselli.
This is plus infinity right now. There is so much value, so many layered interruptions as well for Johannes. I wouldn't even know what to tackle first here, because even if you have something like a Raigeki, you're just going to get Snow Deviled, protected, so it's really hard. It doesn't look like much, but it is really hard to play around this field.
Yes, I think Vanquish Soul is kind of like the Memento strategy, meaning that they both establish a minimalistic board on paper, but on the actual facts, both decks can establish a huge field and play with their resources in their opponent's turn.
Absolutely, and you can tell by the way Rosalie looks into the camera right now. She is feeling so good about this first turn. She's feeling confident, she's feeling safe, and Johannes on the other end, deep into the thinking tank, trying to figure out how to solve this puzzle. He has solved plenty of puzzles before, but this one not to be solved. It looks like Johannes is picking up his cards, and therefore we have Rosalie taking game number 1.
That was a really quick one, not even 4 minutes in. But I said it before, I was like, I wouldn't even know how to tackle this field. And Johannes was just like, yeah, no idea either. Let's just go into game 2. Let me start the duel for a change, and is going to try and put up the biggest field he can now.
Yeah, I mean, Vanquish Soul have the protection from card effects, and this is exactly what Mitsurugi Rizel wants to do going second, to destroy their opponent's field, which cannot be accomplished since they are almost as protecting through card distraction, yes.
Yeah, and that's probably also why all of those Vanquish Soul players have been saying this matchup is one that I like to play. This is a matchup that I want to be playing, because that is the one I have prepared for so much. Meanwhile, we just had a look into the big crowd that is still here with us in Berlin, in the venue, trying to witness who is becoming Yu-Gi-Oh! History even more now by becoming the next European champion. And in terms of matchups, actually, the matchup we see right here, right now, being Mitsurugi Rizel with a couple of Fiendsmith cards against Vanquish Soul is the exact same one we have in our other top 4 match as well, which is, of course, being played on the backup feature right now between Tom Kleinegräber and Lorenzo Muselli.
And actually, let's hold on and talk about this for a second, as long as the players are still using their side decks. Where was Malice in top 8? No Malice in top 8. We
Once
had
more.
4 Vanquish Soul, 3 Mitsurugi Rizel, and 1 Sky Striker, of course. Then again, we have discussed this after the playoffs, so many Bestials around. Is Fiendsmith even a good idea for this tournament? Apparently, yes. All of the Rizel Mitsurugi players are playing Fiendsmith cards as well.
Because they give you the protection and a second plan against the Droll and Lockbird or Mistaken Arrest, whose are the 2 main threats of the deck.
Yeah.
And also, as you mentioned, Malice, which was the most represented deck in day 1, as we saw in top 8, it didn't go as well as planned for Malice.
Yeah. I think a lot of people started to respect the deck again with Meowls. We've seen plenty of Meowls in this tournament.
And also Chaos Hunter again. I feel like the number of Chaos Hunters, especially because it is so nicely to be played in Vanquish Soul, it seems like players are back on that card. But of course, we are not going to see that card here right now, as Rosalie has not decided to play that. But also, we're just not playing against Malice in the first place, so you don't even need it right now.
That's a good point, but the players are ready. So let's go into game 2 of the semi-final of UWCQ.
Johannes threw out big names in this tournament. For example, won against, of course, Joshua Schmidt also here on this very stage. But now he's with the back against the wall here after losing this first game.
Players don't necessarily seem too ready right now. At least I don't see cards on the table, to be honest.
Yeah, there's one deck missing, actually. Yeah, that's the one from Rosalie.
Okay, one sleeve will be changed here for reasons. Of course, you don't want to play damaged sleeves.
Yeah, probably
here.
just broke in the process of shuffling.
Yeah.
Something always can happen. But it seems like we are now just shuffling a little again, and then we should be good to go any second.
I mean, it's logical when you play for 2 days straight that some of your sleeves may be damaged.
Yep. Now, Rosalie with going second strategies against Johannes, who's going to go first. Raisel Mitsurugi, a deck that is crazy at going first. Let's see what he can come up with. Sometimes the deck can brick a little bit, so you might not see the most impressive first turn, but of course, more often than not, the deck goes insane. And we still have 39 minutes after this incredibly quick game one.
And I think that I see a smile in Rosalie's face, and I mean, of course, starting with Purulia is very important against Mitsurugi Raisel.
Reason to be smiling for sure. Moment to lean back, because we already did the first action here in this duel, and it was a very, very good one for Rosalie.
Even Johannes doesn't look too happy about that. If he, for example...
Oh, okay. Playing with the camera now as well. Gotta love to see it. And Johannes is setting a monster. We have seen this against Joshua as well. A T-Sat pass. There is no way. Wait, do you draw for a set monster with Purulia?
No, it should be...
No, normal or special summon.
Okay, okay. So we're playing around that at least, I guess.
Why did Rosalie not look happy after this? It just looked like she didn't have an out to a set monster here, but I can assure you, if you're not running Sky Striker, that won't be the case. Now Holisu is being summoned in attack position. Aggressive start here as well. Revealed the Dr. Madlock before. Now Jiaolong is being revealed as well. Jiaolong could trigger off of that, and another Raisin could be summoned very, very soon. Heavy Barger is being chained here.
Get that Holisu back into the hand. Get that Barger onto the field. Rosalie going crazy here. And this may as well just still be the end phase, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, wait, the Holisu is only a main phase. So is it in the main phase then, maybe?
I mean, do you want to play into talents?
That's a good question. Probably not, right? But it's also so many things we get to do here.
Yeah, that is a lot. Resin is being activated.
I'm curious whether this is the end phase or whether this is still the main phase.
I mean, Resin can immediately destroy the set monster there as well, can tackle the defenses of Johannes, who does already have too many. Jiaolong and the Dr. Madlov being revealed to destroy a monster here just to check what it is. And it is the Night Sword Serpent that is going to return to the field immediately. You've walked right into my trap, Rosalie.
I think it's the second time that we saw the Serpent being drawn to Mitsurugi Raisel in Game 3 in the feature match.
Yep.
That is true. The Serpent, it gives you a higher ceiling, but it also is so vulnerable when you do draw it, because then you are not able to play very often, and that was the case here for Johannes. It wasn't even about the Purulia, it was just more so overall that he was not having any play there in his hands.
And we're changing it into attack position here. Resin is going to attack in the battle phase. After that, Jiaolong will follow 1,300, 2,400, and 2,500 again. Have we even Borgered yet?
I don't think we have. Okay, now the Jiaolong. So Rosalie trying to make this as quick as possible. In the other backup feature match for top 4, I can inform you, Tom Kleinegräber has won the first game against Lorenzo Muselli. And in the meantime, Rosalie keeps on going. That's more damage. That is bringing Johannes down to a measly 300 here.
Well, that is not a lot. Dr. Madlov is being summoned as well. Are we running Gagaga Cowboy in the extra deck? That would be crazy. We're adding Vanquish Soul Start, and of course we can now set, I think you at this point, Ghost Ogre is being activated, but does that help Johannes afterwards? Because there is still the Heavy Barger on the field.
Which will activate.
Ooh, we do link off the Heavy Barger, interestingly enough. I thought we'd definitely keep that one around, and there's Call by the Grave now on the Heavy Barger, meaning this game will not be end on the next turn by the Barger, but maybe we have access to the Snow Devil. Actually, Johannes there has quite handily ruled out both of the cards that do damage with the Trap card and also the Heavy Borger. So this could be very, very strong for him.
Is it still on the deck though? Because in setup, Trap card, maybe Rosalie has had it out.
True. That's fair.
Is Johannes making a comeback in this game with the Called by the Grave? Should have just kept the Heavy Borger on the field. But I think she tried to play around the Nibiru in this case by linking it off and then adding this one back to the hand. Goes into SP Little Knight and passes here. Not too impressive anymore.
Okay.
Magnamut is being summoned here. We're banishing Dr. Madlov. This is going to get follow-up. This is going to access us quite soon because we have the Ghost Dog in the graveyard. The Fiendsmith engine. Johannes Bauer is back in this game.
You would not believe it. Very little going on there in this first turn, but we're now kind of getting into this somehow, and we know this is a possible 2 monsters on the field, and that's all that you want, that you need for a Fiendsmith engine.
Now in the backup feature, Tom has immediately just lost the second game, so we're at 1-1 of Tom Kleinegräber versus Lorenzo Muselli. But first of all, Johannes still has 300 life points, and I'm telling you what, you have to win the game this turn. Otherwise, the Vanquish Soul deck is very, very likely to punish you.
Ooh, battle phase, that's where we're at. Oh, Jalong activates, it's a fact, turning that Magnamut into defense position. And that is the scoop! Rosalie is moving on into the finals with the Vanquish Soul deck, doing it for herself, but also for Norway.
I mean, it's such an odd game too, meaning that I think Rosalie had damage on the field. She decided to play around Nibiru, to send Borger to the grave, to take it back with Rock, and yet she punished from Call by the Graveyard, but then she managed to pull this through and win the game.
I mean, he couldn't play in the first turn. He just definitely needed a top deck. Didn't find one, and then Xiaolong put Magnamut into defense position. Just completely ended that turn. But listen to me. Game 3 of the backup featured match is about to start. The most important one here. So I think let's go right over to the table to see the last game of Tom Kleinegräber versus Lorenzo Muselli.
There we have them. And you can tell they're both not as in the zone as you know them, right? Because they are already relieved to be going to the World Championship in Paris.
But Basti, the job's not done.
I mean, having achieved such a huge achievement, it's very difficult to set up your mind and be again into the zone and think that, okay, I have managed to take my ticket, but then I really need to go through this tournament and be the European champion.
Really, I don't think I've ever seen Lorenzo smiling on a featured match, and he just smiled there before giving the fist bump to Tom. And Tom, though, is the one starting off this game and starting it off strong with the Axe Ryzeal sending Mariologic Aggregator.
It's a very, very strong start for Tom Kleinegräber here, especially if it is going uninterrupted. There is a chance for a Droll Lockbird here. The effect is about to resolve. On resolution, there is a chance that a Wind Attribute Spellcaster is being sent to the graveyard by Lorenzo Muselli. That is definitely the case here. You are now locked out of your main deck, at least for your hand. You can still access your main deck via special
also,
summon.
what you locked out of here is your Fiendsmith cards, because we had to start with Axe Ryzeal, meaning those are not an option anymore. So I feel like, at the very best, what Tom can do here is maybe a Detonator.
I mean, the Detonator can happen, definitely. I think that is not too crazy to assume. But I also think I saw a spell card, and that is Mitsurugi Ritual. So that is a card that does not really help you here. As we've said time and time again, this deck tends to brick a little bit. Of course, Axe Ryzeal can access both engines, but only if you're not under Droll and Lockbird.
Yes.
Oh, that
is a better option, arguably, because Vanquish can play very good against a Detonator. However, a Baguska without an out can be very problematic.
Yeah, the good old Plan B, as people in the community like to call this. Droll and Lockbird was resolved, so we have to settle for a little less, but there is now right away that pot of extravagance for Lorenzo. He keeps on activating that card basically every game.
And I mean, if a card is you want to find and an out to be drawn, it's probably through an extravagance.
Yep, if you have an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, you want to get this negated, so an impermanence can't be found here. Lorenzo picks up 2 cards. Nothing is happening in the response. No Jolland Lockbird on resolution as well. Can you find the infinite impermanence on the side of Lorenzo? Or are you still just waiting to find any answer? I mean, if there was an impermanence, I think it would have been on the table by now.
Yeah, it looks like Tom is also saying that. Like, come on, just activate that infinite impermanence now. He's waiting for it. He's awaiting his destiny, and that is Stake Your Soul from Lorenzo, revealing a further interruption with the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring being a fire attribute in his hand.
Now we have...
Another way that Vanquish Soul can go through a Baguska is obviously summon a Vanquish, go into Rock, normal summon a monster, and go to a Spirit Little Knight, and then further extend their plays.
That's true. There's Holisu now revealing Dr. Madlove in hand. So that's 2 monsters on the field. Normal summon of the... Oh, okay, that's a Link free now all of a sudden. That is Promethean Princess ready and able to attack over the Baguska. Haven't seen that one in a while in any Vanquish Soul strategies, but now, of course, able to bring back the Raisin. No. But there is the Gamma. We saw, though, there is a possible answer to that Gamma in the hand. We can, if we want to, use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on that.
Guys, Promethean Princess, really strong card, can get you the resin back. You can't search then. It only locks you into fire monsters as well. And if there is an Ash Blossom, the Gamma might be useful on Tom's turn.
Ah, he allows it. There is the Gamma resolving, and I think why that Gamma even is in there when Tom is going first is because this Rising Mitsurugi deck can bait out Gamma so well without having monsters on the field, just activating a Mitsurugi prayers in the main phase or activating pre-preparation of rites, and then when the Jolland Lockbird comes down, punishing it hard with Gamma is the best feeling ever, but the pass has now indeed happened.
And now Tom is not under Jolland Lockbird anymore. However, he also pre-preparation of rites, Ash Blossom. We knew about that one.
Passes! Going back and forth here, Tom with no further action, and Lorenzo can maybe continue.
He passes back!
What is going on here? This is really the semi-finals of this European Championship. Standing a card. What is this?
Lorenzo Muselli can't stop himself from smiling. I bet he's trying to. Goes to activate Pot of Prosperity, one of the best top decks ever. You could basically pick and choose any card of your deck as long as it's in the top 6 cards pre-preparation.
I mean, at this moment, Lorenzo has already activated 2 pots and still going through in order to find a play. And
Raisin is the first card we see.
I mean, the choice is obvious.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Question is, you probably still have 1 or 2 Rock of the Vanquisher in your extra deck here. Resin is being activated. Tom does not really have a response. He has 1 set card there. I wonder what it is supposed to do for him.
We are probably about to find out, and I mean, there are also, of course, as this is game free, are side deck options in there. That is a Called by the Grave, though.
So Tom probably was thinking about either to use it on Raisin or maybe potentially to the Princess in the later game state.
Yeah. But I mean, the Called by the Grave on Raisin works for now, but Rock of the Vanquisher guarantees the follow-up. So Tom is really forced to find a play soon if he gets to have another turn, maybe.
Oh, and there is Caesar Valius now. And that is immediately linked off for the Rock of the Vanquisher. Did we not even go into the battle phase before? That's interesting.
We're going to activate Holisu here. We have a fire in hand. Do we also have a Dr. Madlove? Do we have something else?
That is the battle phase now. So actually we're doing less damage than we would have done with the Caesar Valius. Indeed, because it's even halved. You're so right.
Tom takes that little chip damage to the phase, life points lower just a little bit. Resin and DD Crow, so we get to special summon from the deck.
I mean, there is another DD Crow coming Tom's way, which is a decent card against the Rising Mitsurugi matchup. When, for example, a Murakumo is tributed for something, just immediately banishing it can be so impactful. Sometimes just using it on a Night Sword Serpent in the graveyard as well. There's plenty of ways to do it. Also, when Kusanagi, for example, tries to add back the ritual. But is Tom even going to get to those points? Because so far, so little happening for him.
he really needs a Habakiri top deck. And it is really the story of the tournament. We have seen so many bricky Ryziel Mitsurugi hands on stream, right? Basically every third game, the deck bricks. Tom has another turn here. Gives up, throws down the cards. Double Ritual, Purification, Light Sword, Serpent again. There is just nothing for him to play with. And Lorenzo Moselli advances to the finals of the European Championships.
I mean, it's the case of the stream. It's the third time that we see the Serpent be drawn into Game 3 of a Ryziel Mitsurugi deck.
That's true. That was a couple breaks too many there for Tom Kleinengräber, but insane. He took it with a smile.
Yeah.
You know, he would have been upset if he would have lost that top 8 match, but now that it happens in top 4, it's all not so bad because we will see Tom back at the World Championship in not too far of a time.
And we will see Lorenzo Moselli back in about 10 minutes, or rather in 1 minute, because Tom Payne seems to be ready just at the analyst launch with Lorenzo. Oh no, with Roselli.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Rosalie, our first finalist. Congratulations so much.
Thank you.
So how did you feel going into this match? You just qualified. Were you still concentrated? Are you still wanting to take it home, or were you just on cloud 9 already?
I mean, I'm just kind of blown away by making Worlds. Didn't expect that. It just came out to have fun, really. I guess if you draw good enough cards and play some good Yu-Gi-Oh! You get here, pretty calm, honestly. Just like I'm already called for Worlds. What's the worst that can happen?
Exactly. Well, what could be more fun than qualifying for Worlds? So, I mean, the match itself was very short, but we might as well have a little look at it. So let's have a little look at the end of the first game. Do you want to say maybe why you chose to summon a Borga rather than a Razan? I mean, the game ended very quickly after this. How did you navigate this end phase?
I already had all the pieces I needed. I just wanted to draw into additional Bestials because he was playing 43, so I knew it was a Mitsu deck.
So you didn't know what he was playing, you were just sort of guessing, you didn't have that info?
I knew it was 43 cards. The only real deck that plays 43 cards this format is Mitsu, so I valued the draw higher than a piece that I already had and a Razan that probably would just chill.
Sure, and then when he conceded here, did you side for the Mitsurugi deck?
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, he just conceded pretty much straight away here, and we went on to game number 2. So here you dropped the Perulia. Is this something you side in, something you main deck?
Main deck Perulia. I think there's 9 cards that beat Mitsu Ryziel in the format. Vanquish still cannot afford to play 9 of them. So I played the 6 that makes sense with my engine with the 6 Tamis.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So here comes the Perulia, and we actually saw, I don't know if you noticed this over here, Johannes like flashed his hand at the camera just before.
Yeah, I did.
Setting, yeah.
My hand was pretty good, so wanted to show the crowd.
Yeah.
So I get some giggles out of that.
Yeah. So yeah, he just said to. Did you start playing here in his end phase, or did you start playing on
so
your
he's main
turn?
phase only, and I know some people side thrust. That's why I'm side for 5, which could be thrust and 2 targets, or it could be 5 Solemns. So I didn't want to play into thruster talents, and since my hand was so strong, I was like, I'm beating a Solemn anyway. I'm just going to play my own turn.
So you just wait for your turn here.
Yeah.
So it's not always easy to see on camera, but you wait until you drew a card and then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then you switch this guy into attack. You attack for a lot of damage, but then it looked like things went a little wrong in the main phase too. What were you thinking here?
Basically, I played this turn like shit because I got way too comfortable. If I just normal the Madler before the battle phase, he just dies. But really,
yeah,
I got way too comfortable. There's nothing else to say. And then, when I'm on 4 here, I have to respect Nibiru and add back either Borga or Raisin. And Borga's the better one. So, and then I got Borga called by, and it was really awkward because I couldn't get any burn for his turn. So, but even if he draws good, I think it's still a really tough game for him because I have at least 2 pops and a bunch of sticky guys.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, and obviously when they pass turn 1, they're probably going to pass turn 3 as well, especially if you've got a pile of monsters to interrupt them with.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, you're through to the final. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Not much else to say, you know?
Well, I'm sure you've got a lot of people rooting for you, so congratulations, and why don't you head off and get ready now?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you everyone. Don't go away. We'll be with you in the final shortly.
Attention duelists. Over 2,200 participants have made their way through this European World Championship qualifier, and only these two duelists remain. Both of them have secured their place at the World Championship Series in Paris. But only one of them can be crowned the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Champion. Your two duelists, Lorenzo Muselli and Rosalie Angelica. These two have made their way all the way to the final, so it's time to kick things off with a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Lorenzo is going to roll first with a 3, and Rosalie has rolled a 5. So Rosalie, you're going to go first. Rosalie is going to go first, which means in this European Championship final, it's time to duel. Handing you over immediately to your wonderful commentary trio one last time. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from us as well to the finals of the 2025 European Championship in Berlin. This has been 3 amazing days of Yu-Gi-Oh! All the way from the Friday playoffs. And now we've finalized the 7 duelists that will represent Europe later on in August in Paris at the World Championship. So before we move on to the final, let's actually have a recap of who managed to qualify. Let's take a look at who these duelists will be. Let's bring it up on the screen. Here they are, the first 3, obviously from the playoffs. We had that incredible Malice dominance, all 3 qualifying with that deck, but what a shift it was.
Yeah, no Malice to be seen in this top cut. The story of the weekend surely has been Vanquished Soul, and we're going to cap it off with a Vanquished Soul mirror match.
I think it's perfectly balanced, right? Because we have 2 Mitsurugi Raizal and 2 Vanquished Soul as well, so to complement the Malice that was on the Friday. And what a better play, honestly, to see those 2 players on the final be ready to compete for the title of European champion.
Absolutely, and they had to go through 12 rounds of Swiss plus top 64, but now, as mentioned, it's down to the 2 remaining, and in the red corner it is Rosalie Angelica with the chance to become the first ever European championship from Norway, which I'm sure she will be honored to represent at the World Championship. But on the blue corner we do have Lorenzo Muselli, possibly trying to become back-to-back, not him specifically, but European champion from Italy after the win of last year from Esteban Re. But what an event it has been, what a journey it has been. I think without further ado, action awaits, Vanquished Soul cards await. Let's go to the table. There goes a nice fist bump, and let's give, I think, from the crowd, a round of applause for our finalist.
What a move.
What a start.
Both players trading some cards at the beginning of the game. 1 Ash Blossom for 1 Perulia, only going to benefit the person who is going first, and that is Rosalie. What a fantastic match we're going to have to crown off the European champion, because this mirror match, no one is negating anyone else's card effects, right? We're just playing cards.
Yeah, trading blows left and right is going to be quite the grindy one. They had to, you know, just dismantle some quite combo-heavy decks, but now it's down to Vanquished Soul mirror, and it's an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, here we are. We're going to see Jialong hit the field and a Razan. This is an absolutely premium start for Rosalie. She's going to be searching cards. She's going to be drawing cards. And Lorenzo cut off from drawing any more cards thanks to that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. A massive surplus of fire monsters there for Rosalie. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the opening hand, so no worries giving up that Ash Blossom at the beginning.
Yeah, perfect start from Rosalie here, especially because we've seen this weekend how difficult the mirror match is, because you really have to understand where to activate your Vanquish Soul cards and also to interact with your opponent's one. But it seems like Rosalie really opened up a premium hand.
Yeah, that Ash was absolutely crucial. Just take a look at how many cards Lorenzo would have drawn with it. And the advantage surely shifted as we go and access yet another copy of the Heavy Burger. Oof, wow, and stake your soul.
Yeah, this is absolutely perfect. Every starter you could need in addition to an Ash for that Perulia. The only card you might be worried about at some point is Nibiru, so you've got to make sure you're not going to unnecessarily extend into that one if Lorenzo is even playing it.
I think it's playing one.
And there goes the Field Spell, such a card. It has been the star, no pun intended, of all of our weekend. Absolutely crazy, crazy, crazy tool for the deck this start. And yeah, I mean, once more, we have seen plenty of times how this deck can just assemble resources both on the field and in the end. And who could have predicted this? A final between Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, I find it very hard to imagine anyone that could have predicted this. We're going to see so much advantage Rosalie on the first turn. She's going to, you know, each of these cards, when you summon them, you get that +1. She even got the +1 off the Jialong, which is not so easy to do normally. And we're going to draw 2 cards from Borga. We're going to have a trap. We're going to get the rock. This is going to be very, very tough for Lorenzo to fight back against.
I actually broke the curse, actually, because my pick was Vanquish, so...
Was it? Watch them get both DQ'd and then end the tournament without the winner. Yeah, but here, I mean, we are just setting up everything. The Snow Devil comes into play, the card that also allowed, in the end, Lorenzo to go to the World Championship. And I believe that's a pass.
Yeah, back comes the Mad Love to the hand in the end phase because of Stake Your Soul. You've always got to remember to do that. Just going over a nice recap for us of the turn and how many millions of cards Rosalie has in hand.
That's impressive.
She just revealed 6.
That's a draw for Lorenzo. Can he find a way to push back? That's a great way to start things off. Always opening this part of extravagance. I mean, we all know that no matter how good you are, you need that tiny bit of luck to make such a run, and obviously he's gonna take all the help needed.
Yeah, going to be very important for him here to try and maintain a healthy hand size after having 1 Molchami negated, so he's going to go back up to 6.
Hopefully not again banishing 3 copies of the rock, but we've seen that happen a couple of times already, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, that is very rough. Rock being a very useful piece of the puzzle. You can always take your opponents in the mirror match, of course.
Fair.
But you only get to take it for a turn. But I suppose you could always rank it up afterwards, so...
You'd like to, huh?
Well, you can rank it up into the Vanquish Soul rocks.
Yeah.
From the rock into the rocks.
Forever. Yeah. But here, yeah, Lorenzo finally summons his first Vanquish Soul of the match.
This field spell going to be a pretty useful piece of interaction for Rosalie, being able to prevent the destruction of some Vanquish Souls. They do like to destroy the opponent's cards, be it with the Snow Devil or with Razan. Lorenzo working with a full hand of cards, but still not as many as Rosalie's going to have access to. She can always search one more with Jialong. She's got about 100 fire monsters in hand.
It's going to be very difficult for Lorenzo to navigate through this because, of course, like he knows Rosalie's hand, but at the same time, you really have to think, how deep do I want to go? When do I want to push? Where do I want to activate my interruptions? And he's starting with the Holy Sue.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you start to lose resources, it can be difficult to come back with Vanquish Soul because you don't have any cards left in your hand to activate all of your powerful effects. So every monster you commit to the field that doesn't replace itself can be a limited resource.
Something interesting, I mean, more on the side that's just come to my mind. If I'm not mistaken, was last year entry playmat the Vanquished Soul one, actually, for the European, and WCQ events. I'm pretty sure it was. And what, what a throwback to what would turn out to be the deck in the finals of the next one. Yeah, wow.
Very, very prophetic. Well, this year we had Molchami Fuelos, so
I mean,
that's probably going to turn up next year too. Unless there's a full-blown Molchami theme that we're not yet seeing.
Ooh, and there we see the star of the match against Sky Striker, that one copy of the Kaiju.
Yeah, really bringing us back there to Kaiju against Sky Strikers.
Really. Probably the only Kaiju he has faced, and I mean, I think facing it in the match to get you to the World Championship must have felt quite interesting for our Theodore. But right now, let's focus on the match ahead. As mentioned, Lorenzo trying to bring this around. Obviously, he knows about that Snow Devil, but managed to clear the field in terms of monsters from Rosalie.
Yeah, Rosalie being pretty relaxed here and just waiting. But now is the time to strike with the Snow Devil. Going to reveal 3. Going to get some monsters back onto the field.
There it is.
Such a powerful card.
It's unbelievable. I really like it. I kind of think here, I think it's just...
Yeah. I mean, when you're able to use it for the full effect, it's such a blowout card. Being able to pretty much clear the whole field, and it does happen, does resolve. Rosalie Angelica able to turn things around, resolving this Snow Devil and clearing the field from Lorenzo. Wow.
Yeah, no profitable way to chain any monsters from their hand to summon themselves, obviously, because they would just get destroyed in place of the ones that you returned. So maybe Rosalie gonna put a check here on Lorenzo, because without a Stake Your Soul, I don't see how he's going to get another monster onto the field. And even with a Stake Your Soul, Rosalie can just summon that Caesar Valius and pop whatever gets summoned.
Definitely not going to be easy feat here from the Italian, and I think
that
that might be the pass back.
Yeah.
It is a pass back.
I think you can get a lot more stuff off if you're Rosalie here, but if your opponent passes you, I think you just don't look a gift horse in the mouth, and you just say, okay, I'm going to go back to my turn. I'm not going to play into any tricks that you might have.
Yeah. Burger was used. We could even go for damage if we want to just close things out. And yes, that is the case indeed.
That's when you know you're in trouble, when they've decided they have enough cards that they would rather deal you some damage. And here we see another Zilong, and that is enough.
Lorenzo has seen enough, picks up his cards. Wow, what an explosive start. We've mentioned that this matchup can be a lot of back and forth, and grinding out wasn't quite the case, given that the only interruption Lorenzo had, that Mulcharmi Purulia, was stopped by Ash Blossom right away. What an amazing start of the match. And now Rosalie Angelica is only one game away from becoming our latest European champion.
Yeah, I think a good demonstration there of just how tough it is to stop, right? I mean, you could have a one Molchami, but even with that, Rosalie able to push through with that Ash Blossom.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this before. If you can really manage to stop Vanquish Soul, then it gets out of control. That's what we witnessed in Game 1, and Rosalie Apollo did incredibly well. And now we enter into Game 2. Lorenzo, of course, is with the back against the wall, but we see him quite a few times in this situation, and talking about the side deck. Going first, he has the Shared Rides, which he can side in, the triple tactics talent as well.
Yeah, Shared Ride in particular has been quite useful for a lot of the Vanquish Soul players, prioritizing it over the most maybe popular Mistaken Arrest by other decks, taking advantage of the match very well needed resources in hand, and it's definitely gonna be the case in the mirror match. We see how much it can search out, but I mean, similarly to the previous game, we've also seen other interruptions. Rosalie is on those Phantasmize, which we have seen a lot of the playoffs. I think not so much throughout the main event, but she went with full free copies. Makes sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense to some. How do you fight back against Vanquisol? I guess the answer is just with more stuff of your own. It's like it's so difficult to interrupt what they're doing, so maybe the strategy is with these Phantasmes and these shared rides. An interesting thing to note, neither player main decking any copies of Droll and Lockbird, but each of them side decking a full 3 copies, so maybe we're in for some slightly more disruptive gameplay than we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, this is something that we discussed so far this weekend. It's how our players decided to either main deck or side deck in Droll and Lock, which is one of the most impactful call of the current meta. And yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
But I think without further ado, again, what matters the most is how these two amazing players are gonna hold up their nerves and fight for the trophy standing in front of Tom. So once more, let's finally go to the table and let's find out who will be the winner of Game 2. Here we are. Are we going to see the Purulia from Rosalie as well? Oh, revealing the end. That could be an either amazing or terrible sign, but we start with that part of extravagance. Once more from Lorenzo. Wow.
Do you think he noticed, or he just looks very locked in at the moment?
No, I don't think he didn't even notice.
I mean, he's by far, I mean, we often, you know, comment on some stereotypes or you can have about maybe Italians being extremely passionate, extremely, you know, using our hands, but I gotta say Lorenzo is by far the most locked-in player, but here comes Droll, and no reaction once more from the Italian.
Speaking of locked in.
Yeah, maybe we jinxed it.
Yeah, that Droll is super important here. I mean, it's amazing to say it. You'd think like a Droll into a pot of extravagance would feel bad, but it clearly isn't the case. You know, your opponent's just drawn 2 cards, you're throwing away 1, but we take those.
Absolutely. And let's see how we can fight back.
Really is almost as devastating to Vanquisol as it is to other strategies, it seems. Their deck wants to search so much, it wants to draw so much.
When I see, I think Nibiru in the end, an interesting choice. And yeah, that Stake Your Soul is going to resolve. Bringing out Steel, that Raisin that obviously we can just use in the next turn, thanks to the Rock.
Yeah, Rock is such a powerful tool. Maybe we should see some Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries coming in the future for these mirror matches.
So simple yet so efficient, you know. It's been really the team of the weekend for Vanquisol, let's say. You know, nothing super flashy, but gets there.
Enzo having a think. Question is, how many Rock of the Vanquisher got banished?
Well, if he, like, in top 8, he told me he banished 3 with the extravagance.
Well,
Okay.
this time,
It's
not
few.
3.
Yeah, at least we do have the one. In this case, Phantasmai doesn't really work since we are under Droll and Lock. So that's it. Just gonna take it, you know, as you would expect, slowly setting up one card and passing back to Rosalie. Can she find what she needs to turn this around? Trying to take a look. I see the field spell in hand.
I'm wondering as well if there was the Snow Devil in hand too.
Yeah, I did see a trap, but there is the most important card of the deck. And a shared ride, though, from Lorenzo.
Wow, shared ride. Gonna fight back well against that draw and lock, but it really puts you on a clock, shared ride, because if you're not ending the game this turn, which it can be quite tough to do against Vanquisol, then your opponent's going to be starting their turn with, you know, 10 or so cards in hand.
You can see two opposite strategies. Drawn lock preventing, while Shared Ride almost trying to encourage your opponent to commit. But I do think you're right. There is the Snow Devil in hand. Wow, both spell and traps drawn.
Yeah, got to make some tough decisions here. Rosalie could just go to the battle phase, play a minimalistic turn, not give Lorenzo too many cards, or she could try and get as much damage as she can on the table and maybe look to close out the game with a heavy Borga.
But it seems like that was the case, and Lorenzo decided to respond by activating this other effect, special summoning from the end.
I feel like, I don't know if Rosalie hand was bad, because like for showing it off.
Yeah, true.
Still don't get it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was that
it wasn't
bad.
that bad, right?
Maybe the Razan was the top deck.
Could be. Because the rest,
Maybe it was the start, the trap,
it's
draw,
Nibiru, start the trap, and then, whatever we added, then another monster, but, yeah.
Interesting choice from Lorenzo, putting that Razan in defense mode. Feel like it's ready to get run over by its mirror on the other side.
Yeah, here come the field spell we knew about, which unfortunately, I mean, it's gonna be a 1-for-1, because Lorenzo is also gonna draw a card, whether it's activated.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Shared Ride being rising in popularity this week, and I really like it. It's been years actually since the last time we saw it in action.
Whenever it comes back, it's considered, the Max C version of spell card in some formats, and for a reason, as it was for Necrots 10 years ago. But yeah, we just move on to the battle phase. As you have mentioned, able to run over this Razan. I mean, it would have happened anyways due to the protection effect of the field spell, so I guess not that it mattered much. But
yeah, you have to be quite confident you're going to survive to be investing a card into Shared Ride. But
indeed,
the upside of the Vanquish Soul deck is if you draw all these cards, you might draw cards to refill your hand. You've got all these hand traps. You might draw into a Holy Sue as well, which you'll probably be able to activate if you're drawing so many cards.
Yeah, but here come the Caesar values.
One thing to note, Shared Ride, I believe, also punishes you for adding a card from your grave to the hand as well. So you can't play around it the same way you can draw Lockbird by using Rock of the Vanquisher.
I think it's very powerful, especially in a tournament this long. I think once you get to the top cut finishes, it's one of those cards you really want to have in your side deck. And here we're seeing...
We do have Earth, Fire, and Dark, which means we can't use the fact to destroy a card on the field, and play seems like it's back to Lorenzo.
He's going to be holding an awful lot of cards at this point. I think he passed last turn with 5 or 6 maybe, and has drawn 2 or 3 now off the Shared Ride, so he's going to have the world at his fingertips.
Yeah, and I mean, we do know basically the only other lines of defense are that Nibiru, which, to be fair, if Lorenzo really wants to go in, could be devastating, but outside of that, the Snow Devil obviously is also going to be something to keep in mind.
Yeah, for sure. The Snow Devil and the Caesar Valius will offer some interruptions. The question is, what can you do against your opponent's combination of Snow Devil and Caesar Valius? Because you're going to have a 3,000 attack monster. You can protect it from battle maybe with the field spell, and it can't be destroyed by card effects. So it's going to be quite tough to run over.
Yep.
I mean, we mentioned this before. Her hand is not bad at all.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, surely Lorenzo has been through this in testing, and most likely at this event as well.
Maybe a little trick from Lorenzo here. If you target the Razan with something, if your opponent tries to destroy it in response, you can make it indestructible.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't fall for it, understandably so, given she's playing the same deck. And now we see a stare down.
Yeah, Caesar Valley is one of the few ways the deck has, I think, to out the opposing field spell.
Look at these reveals. It's going to be probably the Caesar trying to, threaten the card, but here it is revealed, as mentioned, an hard-drawn Snow Devil. Once more, the card that gave to her game 1.
Yeah, I think this card is really making the difference here. Once again, being hard drawn may not be the card you're really looking for, but in those situations, really makes a huge difference.
Wow. We're going to see it here. The Rasen's going to search again.
Yeah.
We're going to get a Borga. We're going to get a Holy See. There's quite a lot going on.
This is going to be a game. Yeah, quite a game. So new chain. We see this Rasen, and we have an Ash Blossom to stop it. I guess the Holy Su is, you know, scary enough. But we are already on 2 summons from Lorenzo. Yeah. And this is going to be the third to keep in mind for that rock. Not quite the rock we are used to seeing in Vanquish Soul, but
Slightly bigger rock.
yeah.
But worth noting that Ash Blossom actually going to be quite tough for Rosalie, because I think the 3 cards she revealed were the only cards in her hand, with the exception of Nibiru. So she's no longer got the full attribute set and might not be able to activate so many effects. For example, no extra dark if you wanted to use the heavy Borga. No full set of attributes for the Caesar Valius either.
So now she's down to 2, right? Plus the Nibiru. So yeah, it's gonna be tricky. So well piloted by Lorenzo, but now we are just 1 summon away from unlocking that Nibiru, and I don't know that he's gonna foresee it.
Yeah, this has to be the time. Oh, it's not the time. Very patient.
Yeah, I think she's just waiting for the right moment very patiently here. It's, I mean, we mentioned this before, the Vanquish Mirror match is very difficult to play, but yeah, she's just allowing Lorenzo. Where do you think the Nibiru can...
We're on 4, no?
Yeah.
We're only on 4. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
we are only on 4. That's what it
That
said.
makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I was thinking it's obviously a great time to cut off a search,
Sure.
but not allowed.
Yeah, not quite.
So can count into 4, right? So
I think there's an art form to counting for Nibiru without making it obvious to your opponent what you're doing that I definitely haven't mastered yet. Counting to 5 in your head.
maybe we should start counting without fingers. Just that, because
I think matters extra more if you just show the rest of your hand to your opponent, you know, so they just know that the last card might be relevant. So, right? I mean, Lorenzo is already on 6, 7 cards, so the advantage is there. There is a chance that this game just randomly slips away.
Yeah, Rosalie can pick up that Rasen once again, even with the Nibiru.
Well, spotted, this changes things quite big. Yeah, quite a while, because I mean, now even if things don't go according to plan, we have the backup that we can set our own Snow Devil. Yeah.
So here comes Heavy Borga.
Fair enough.
I think also good recognition, because if the Nibiru comes down, then there's the Rasen for the next turn.
Do you remember what was the third name in end, outside of the Rasen now?
It's Holly Sue, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So Holly Sue, Rasen, 2 of the best cards, but without more attributes in your hand, you're going to struggle to do as much.
And yeah, we are going to use our own Borger. Seems like Lorenzo is just copying, you know, the summons at this point, copying the homeworks. Let's see. But has just slightly more cards to work with, you know. Yeah, we know about the Magnamoth. We're gonna get yet another card off the top. So many good draws available to him.
Yeah, maybe the plan for Rosalie just to use it as a sort of Hail Mary.
Yeah, but now the Nibiru is online, and that's extremely relevant.
Also, this Jylong is allowed, so let's see how Lorenzo here wants to play it out.
Maybe he will just be disciplined and hold a Holly Suit in hand forever. Just in case anything goes badly.
Clear battle phase.
Yeah, I think he is gonna just attempt to crush, but Rosalie, in response to this attack, just gonna take, why not, this extra punch at the life points of Lorenzo, which I believe at this moment are his most important resource, because I think the only way he loses this game realistically is by, you know, just life points, because in terms of card advantage, he's miles ahead.
Yeah, but he's not gonna get a trap card.
And wait a second, Rosalie says, here comes Nibiru.
Very patiently waiting for this Nibiru to being summoned.
Absolutely.
Will that be it for Lorenzo, or will he just have a...
He does have the trap already. So
oh, he's already got the trap?
Yeah, did it earlier on. So he's all right. He could push more, or he could just set this no devil and call it a day. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. He can just set and should be okay.
Oh, and there is another one to back it up. That's a pass back to Rosalie. Can she find a way to break through this no devil? I think we threw into a Drollen lock, maybe?
The only set card from Lorenzo's side that I can think of is Shared Ride, to be fair.
Shared Ride number 2.
Let's see whether that is the case. Nope, not going to be the Shared Ride. So let's see, she gets to add another card to end. And understandably, so it's going to be her own copy of that Gia Long.
It's looking like Rosalie is lining up to destroy this token, but I'm kind of sad she didn't want to take it with Holly Sue and swing for 20,000 damage.
Yeah, that was a line. When do you think Lorenzo is gonna just pull the trigger on this no devil?
He might wait until Razan tries to destroy something, but I suppose if you wanted to just destroy the Razan, you could have done it when it activated its first effect, because you cannot use both effects, or 2 of its effects at least, in the same chain.
Checking some of the depleted resources.
Rosalie, having lost the field spell, it's got to be quite tough.
Yeah, it's she gets spot, and surprisingly, ooh. Yeah, we do go for Link 2.
Maybe is it time for a Fire Charmer?
Yep. There is the Ita coming down. Obviously, the mirror match changes things up dramatically. These are kind of interactions you don't really get to play around with in other matchups, but obviously all of those important Vanquish World cards are so strong to bring back.
Yeah, maybe this has caught Lorenzo off guard a bit, because obviously the Fire Charmer gets destroyed, then you get to search a card. So waiting long enough to allow Rosalie to summon it might get her a bonus card.
Yeah, great recognition here, but it seems like we can bring back the Razan, which we have already used.
Now we're going to see some of those classic fire lines that we saw for what it felt like a very long time ago. It was just last year, where you link up your Hita into a Promethean Princess, bring back another fire, make a link 4.
Yeah, I think we're just recapping what has happened last turn.
Yeah, maybe just the size of the token, I feel like. Just going over the fact it really doesn't have that much defense.
Really?
I think there was a Dark Charmer.
Is it really that small?
It does feel odd to me, but I don't know, is she taking damage?
Yeah, because, I mean, there was at least, maybe there was some discrepancy here on, because at least the values was there, which is 1500, but I felt like there was something else. Wasn't there Xiaolong as well? I think so, no?
Yeah, it looked like they sort of confirmed the token size.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, I mean, I don't see any reason for it, but maybe again, because I saw them debate a bit about the size of the token. Maybe because she was looking over her graveyard, and maybe she was like, oh no, it's only the 1500 defense, and then didn't realize that unfortunately the token was actually quite big. But I mean, it does make sense that you want to attack anyways. even if it's small to, as we can see here, then overlay.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Maybe the plan was just to overlay, and she didn't actually think that she would attack over
fair
the
enough.
token.
I mean, regardless, you know, that was the idea.
And here comes the Nibiru from Lorenzo as well.
Favor return from Lorenzo, his own copy of Nibiru.
We didn't see this coming, but yeah, I think this may be a
And
change
that
of
is
plans.
it.
That is it. Yeah.
Lorenzo evens the score. Well, I mean, we just been praising you know, these two duelists and just their knowledge in this deck. And I mean, when we tuned in for a Vanquish Soul Mirror match, we were expecting an exchange of rocks. Maybe not so much these kind of rocks, but we'll take it. And I mean, I don't think we wanted it again any other way around. It's extremely fitting that after such an amazing event, they're gonna have to battle it out in a third game.
Yeah, all three rocks seeing play here. Vanquish Soul rocks, Nibiru, and of course, Rock of the Vanquisher. So we're going to see what those side decks have in store for us. We saw that amazingly powerful shared ride from Lorenzo there, and on this side of Rosalie, maybe just some Phantasmes are what she's hoping for.
Yeah, I think this is the card that may be the difference in this kind of matchup, because on one hand Rosalie has the Phantasma, on the other hand Lorenzo has the shared ride. Of course, I think Lorenzo will side in once again the Mulcharmes, now that he's going second, and yeah, I'm really curious to see how this one will be played out, because we saw in game one, you know, Rosalie's hand was incredibly powerful, and you know, there was nothing that Lorenzo could have done. This game 2 was fought after, I have to say, because, you know, of course Lorenzo was on the driving seat, but it was not easy to seal it out.
Absolutely, but regardless, we have been witnessing two champions in their own stands. Obviously, on the one hand, Lorenzo Muselli, known two-time Italian national champion, giving it his own to become a three-time champion and finally have that international stage title, bringing and trying to have Italy win back-to-back European Championship. But on the other hand, to stop him, it will be Rosalie Angelica going first in game 3, trying to get the first ever European Championship for Norway. This is the end of an incredible weekend. Don't go anywhere, because only one duel remains to crown the champion that will bring this trophy home. So, without further ado, let's go to the action. And I think one more time before they draw their last end of the tournament. Can we get a round of applause from the crowd? This is it.
This is it. I think I've seen Rosalie open with a Vanquish Soul Razan every single game, so can she keep it up and do it just one last time? I think I see it.
I do see the card we've mentioned in the side deck. That Phantasmai is in the end, I believe, and there it is once again, that Razan. But we see an Ash from Lorenzo, no thought whatsoever. Can we proceed, or is that just going to be a rock? Ooh, it's the pot of prosperity.
Wow. Yeah, really everything that you could want for Rosalie. A pot of prosperity, a Phantasme, and a Razan. Razan being met with Ash Blossom might put a bit of a ceiling on her turn, but still a trade you're willing to take, because that Razan is going to replace itself pretty sharp.
Absolutely. What do you think we are looking for right here with this pot?
I think it just depends on what you currently have already in the hand, but maybe just some missing attributes, maybe something like a Holly Sue or a Mad Love.
Okay, taking a bit of time, but then finalizing this 6 cards. Let's look at the top of the deck. Well, bit of recursion. Oof, and the Stake Your Soul is also an amazing option here.
Yeah, so many options right there.
Makes sense, we do get it. Are we going to see something from Lorenzo?
Yeah,
we do have a burger.
If no Charmy
Quite,
already, then
this is all you need.
Yeah, this is everything.
No Charmies for Lorenzo, unfortunately.
Yeah, seems like we are gonna have just a very similar opening to what happened in game 1, unless there is something hiding, and it's going to be the only Sue for Lorenzo.
Oh, he's got his own Holy Sue and Rasen.
Ooh.
Maybe this is in response to the field spell being activated?
Can we turn things around here?
Rasen and the Magnum on the thing,
and we do have maybe Druid Swarm, but yeah, we do have another Bestial to reveal.
Yeah, can he cut Rosalie off that all-important 2 Vanquish Souls on the field? It's going to be a tough ask, given the heavy Borga in hand could play around any sort of targeting shenanigans, or in this case, same column shenanigans from a Vanquish Soul Rasen.
But yeah, there is the Rasen from Lorenzo, and I don't think she has any form of interruption from the end outside of the Phantasmai, so it's going to resolve, adding that Caesar values.
Yeah, this is an absolutely insane start for Lorenzo as well.
Indeed. And
but
possibly
you can try and pop something, but it's not going to do all that much. But is the Caesar Valius about to make an appearance as well?
Yeah.
Wow. So much action happening on Rosalie's very first turn.
We have it. Do we have it? It is all of 3 from Lorenzo, so let's see. Obviously, we're gonna respond from Rosalie Angelica.
Gonna bounce the monster with the lowest defense on the field? Oh no, just gonna summon the...
And then, we are going to destroy that field spell resolution, kiting off the options. What an opening from Lorenzo too.
Yeah, it seemed like it was everything Rosalie could ever want, but Lorenzo here cutting her off.
I mean, Rosalie's end was unbelievable, but Lorenzo had all the answers needed, you know, with all the names, with all the attributes, the Ash Blossom.
Well, yeah, seems like we are just gonna go for the Ita once again, bringing me back to the final from Dinka Bui, where, you know, he was also making use of this to just upgrade into Promethean Princess. Are we gonna see any of those shenanigans here?
Can he have more interruptions? Like, here we are, Heavy Borga. Okay, so he can draw a card even.
Fair enough.
So much on Rosalie's first turn.
Wow.
I mean, this was the perfect end going second.
Really playing during her turn. Can we pick up anything? Not. Seems like that is going to resolve. Could we maybe have an Ibiru in the end from Lorenzo? Maybe looking for that interruption once more.
I guess people ask how to stop Vanquish Soul going first, and the answer is this specific 5-card hand from Lorenzo.
Just play during your opponent's turn. It's that easy. Why only have one first turn when you can have both?
And pass.
That's a pass. Wow.
Did Rosalie maybe banish the Promethean Princess?
Oof. In that case, that would have been devastating, because she chose, it's not like she activated Part of Extravagance. It was a part of Prosperity, and now it's Lorenzo only staring pretty much that Phantasma in hand. But outside of that, he's free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, you've got to think this is big advantage to Lorenzo, and how could it not be with such a powerful start on his opponent's first turn?
And I mean, he is aware about the Phantasmize, I'm sure. So there is a universe in which he doesn't even go for a Link Summon at all and just tries to push for a game like this. It's definitely a possibility. And he's counting. You can see that he is. Wow. What an ending to this match. And there are 8 minutes remaining, so it's not like there is all the time in the world to even have a comeback once a lot of damage is put on the field.
Yeah, with Vanquish Soul, even you don't even need to do the full 8,000. You can just do 5,000 and then round it up with Heavy Borga over the next few turns.
Oh my. This is an absolute roller coaster of emotion for the ending of the European Championship. It looked like the opening from Rosalie Angelica was just whatever she would wish for, but what an unbelievable end from the Italian. And I think, yes, we are just gonna go for it, destroying the Ash and then taking control of the Ita. This could just be it. And there goes the fist bump. Oh my, he has done it. Lorenzo Muselli is your 2025 European champion in Berlin. What a match, what a showdown, and oh my, the emotions are through the roof. We have an array of Italians just invading the stage, celebrating with their friend, and how can you blame him? First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to Rosalie Angelica. What a run, so many amazing players that she knocked off, and regardless, she should be proud for bringing Norway all the way up, and I mean, representing it in Paris at the World Championship. But, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, emotions are flowing for me as well. I mean, if any of you catch the speech that Lorenzo Muselli gave with Alberto when he qualified for the World Championship, he did mention a person that is special to the both of us, and that is Stefano Memoli, which has been an absolute inspiration for all of the Italian players growing up, and that won in 2012 the European Championship in Milan, and that has pretty much, I think, shaped up the destiny of the game ever since, I want to say, because if I am sitting here and if I am also a European champion, I have to owe him to him first and foremost. He changed a lot of the way that, you know, I used to play, and especially the mindset, and I can reveal to you, it's not much of a secret that the same has happened with Lorenzo Muselli afterwards. So this is just really an emotional and special story to me, with this 3 European Championship win, one in 2012 with Stefano, mine in 2017, and now in 2025 with Lorenzo. It's straight out of a movie. I couldn't be more proud of him and what he has achieved, and I'm sure he will give his best to do what me and Stefano could not do at the World Championship, going all the way to 3rd and 2nd place. Maybe he will be the one that brings it back to, as Dario Longo did back in the day. But thank you a lot, and thank you guys for bearing with me and staying with us. Obviously, no, we have to hear it from the man of the hour. Let's hear it from Lorenzo Muselli.
Thank you so much, everyone. I am joined by your new European Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion, Lorenzo Muselli! Lorenzo, how are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling, I don't know. It's a feeling that I cannot describe, and I don't know, going towards winning the European. Unbelievable. Probably I have to realize. But I don't know.
I mean, maybe it's gonna sink in a few days. Why did you play Vanquish Soul even in the tournament? Did you know it was going to be the best deck by far?
I think Vanquish Soul was the best deck for this tournament by far. As you can see, all issue is just broken, in my opinion. And I don't know, Pot of Extravagance is broken. And
how many times did you start Pot even? It looked like you had it every game.
It was the card that I drew the most. Also in double copies, but it's still fine.
All right. Let's analyze your game a little bit. Yep. We're going to go into the first clip now. We're going to see the full reveal of Rosalie here. The full hand. You had all the information. Was there any hope still left in this game for you?
I start with Purulia, Yash, and then summon Razen, Stake Your Soul. Was really tough to win that game. I tried, but because I made that play with all his shoe, because if he didn't shade the Jiaolong, he didn't have the hurt in hand. So, but still well played to her that recognized the play and the earth.
So we saw that there was like full combos all over the place with no interruptions. Why was there no Paradise Smasher? What do you need for Paradise Smasher?
I think Paradise Smasher is little risky Like me, in the tournament, I do just one time. I think it's just a backup plan. It's really strong card, but happens that you lost the dice. So most of the times it's really it's better to do Vanquish Soul stuff, not Paradise.
All right. Playing Vanquish Soul is better than skipping your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
All right, that's also good to know there. Here we can see, of course, you played into it. How do you usually play into a Vanquish Soul field? Is there like a line that you can go for?
Yeah, you have to force the trap before everything. If you commit a lot of resources to take out the trap is really tough. So the key is the trap because it's made Raigeki, and most of the time you don't have the protection because the fear spell they pop with the Caesar. But I think the key point is to destroy the trap card.
All right, yeah, I mean, we saw that the trap card really taking away a lot for you, even stole the Jiaolong in the process there, and there you can see that the Snow Devil is just going to be activated in any second. Let's move on to game 2, actually, where we can see that you were... Oh, that's still the Snow Devil. You forced the Snow Devil in game 2 with the Caesar Valius.
Yes, what I said before. If you force the trap before, you have real possibility to win that game. Now, this second game, she dropped me, but I really have a strong hand because I had Nibiru in hand and Shared Ride. So I was really confident.
So how good is Drawn Lockbird actually versus Vanquish Soul? Because we saw multiple times after Resin resolved, it wasn't that strong, but if you resolve it on reinforcements or a pot of extravagance, it actually stops your turn quite well.
It depends. If you have access to all food that summon from deck, is not that powerful in my opinion. But also because you can, in like some combination, play around draw. Like if you start with Madlove and Borger, to play around draw, you summon Madlove, chain Borger and Droll, you can draw still one. But if I start with Extravagance or Madlove is broken.
All right. Then again, you have activated Shared Ride. How many cards did you draw with Shared Ride over the entire tournament? Did it came up often?
It's really the first time I activate the Shared Ride.
Really?
The first time I drew it. So.
All right. Actually, let's also look at another play from this game, where you committed quite heavily into the field.
Yes.
And then once you went into either a Dark, I think, or it was a Hita.
Yes.
Nibiru, the Primal Being, was revealed. What was going through your head when you saw Nibiru?
I want to force the Nibiru, because I recognize that she has Nibiru, but I had the trap with 3 attributes in hand, so I really don't care about Nibiru. Also, Nibiru was really good for me because she takes out his Caesar from his board. So he didn't have the Caesar on the board to force my trap. So that was the key point, in my opinion.
All right, so you do not care about Nibiru, the Primal Being?
No, because I had the trap with 3 attributes, all issue, and my Nibiru, Magnamut in hand. I was really...
Fair enough. I mean, the trap did the job for you. Let's actually go into the last game. What was that hand? You had the Holisu with all of the effects. What was that a hand you would wish for?
This deck is... This hand, game 3, was amazing. Like, I draw Ash Blossom, Holisu, Borger, and she didn't have the Ash for my Holisu. So I was really confident to win this game because I have everything.
How often, I mean, we called it backstage, we called it Holly Faker already.
Yeah.
How often did you summon Holisu on your opposing's first turn?
2 times or 3 times. Like this time, the match with Anthony Lopez in game 1 in top 64 in future match. And maybe another time all over the tournament. So not a lot.
If it didn't even come up often, it is way cooler that it came up in the finals as well, winning you the European Championship. Lorenzo, congratulations so much. Thank you for your time as well. And this is not over yet because we're kicking it over right back to Ed.
Thank you very much, Leo. So with that being said, we are now going to welcome the new European Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion. Please welcome Lorenzo Maselli! Lorenzo, you've been a national champion, you're now a European champion, and you're going to the World Championship. How does this feel?
Feels amazing. I don't really know how to describe my feelings, so feels amazing. I have to realize.
Absolutely. It'll sink in the next couple of days. Is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Yeah, all my friends, Stefano Memoli, Francesco Bellantone from home, my team, Workers Elite team, and one of my best friend, Andrea Ronchi, il manager, all my team, Andrea, Germano, Diego e Gabri, the free workers, and all my best friends. And I'm sorry if I don't remember everyone, but I thanks a lot of people.
If you didn't get a shout out from the European champion, that's okay. We're going to take a step forward and we're going to have your trophy brought over by Kadar Konami representative. So Lorenzo, this is your trophy, proving that you are the European champion. Give it up for your new European champion! I'm now going to invite my amazing casting colleagues onto the stage with us because that is it. We've had 7 duelists secure their place at the World Championship Series and crowned a brand new European champion. Lorenzo, everyone's had a great time. Thank you so much to all of our judges. Thank you to all of our players who attended. And also thank you very much to all of you at home for watching. Without our players and without the community, this would not be possible. But one more time, give it up for Lorenzo Muselli! That is going to be it from us, but we'll be seeing you very, very soon for the World Championship Series. Until then, good night.